All right. Welcome in to the Inside Carolina Signing Day live show. We are live here from a special location inside Carolina. I'm your host, Ross Martin, joined by Inside Carolina's recruiting guru, Don Callahan. What's up, Don?
A whole lot. We barely made it. We had traffic. We had almost near accidents of Ross. We had showers. We had Bojangles, coffee, creamer can't be found. I mean, we had a lot going on, but people don't care about that. They want to know about what's going to happen with this class, and we should find out the first signee in about less than 30 minutes.
That's the preview we always want and get from Don Callahan. Guys, UNC is poised to sign the best recruiting class in program history. According to Mac Brown, right now UNC has 17 commitments, and we expect all of them to sign throughout the morning, beginning at 8 a.m. So we are locked in here. We have our screens up. We have our screens here, and we're waiting until 8 a.m. for the first national letter of intent to come in, and we'll get rolling with this class. Make sure to get your questions in on Inside Carolina's YouTube page. We'll be answering questions about this class, about players, about the future of this program, about UNC football throughout the show. But about every 15 minutes, starting at 8 a.m., is when we expect the NILs or NLIs.
NLIs.
Yeah, a little bit different. And we have NILs and NLIs.
Yeah.
To start rolling in. So, Don, let's get a little taste of the class here. This is, it's over a year working on this class.
Well, before we get to that,
okay.
Anybody want to take guesses on who's going to be the first letter of intent that comes in?
Yeah, actually, let me introduce Producer John.
Yeah, we
got Producer John working the ones and twos. He is managing the Inside Carolina YouTube page. Let's get an introduction from John, and then get his guess on the first letter of intent that's going to come in at 8 a.m. Say what's up, John.
Good morning, everyone. I am predicting the first letter of intent is going to be a big name. So my guess is it's going to be Travis Shaw. Get things rolling with a big name to start out the morning. He's one of UNC's anchor recruits in this class. Ross, Don, what do you think about that?
I think the first letter of intent is going to come from Deuce Caldwell.
Okay, that's a good guess.
The sun shines a little earlier down there in the Palmetto State, South Carolina.
So it's usually, for me, I feel like it's always like the most excited. They're all excited, but the most excited. So Deuce is definitely one of the most excited, but I'm going to – that's a weird picture. I'm gonna go with Justin Kanyuk, offensive lineman from Pennsylvania. Yeah, I feel like he's super excited to sign. So, yeah, we'll see in about less than 25 minutes.
Yeah, and so like we said, every 15 minutes we expect a new signee. So the show will go, when we get that alert from Carolina football, we'll talk about that recruit for about 5 minutes. We'll take some questions, anything about that recruit, and then kind of continue the conversation about this class and this football team. And like I said, the questions will help guide the discussion.
They might not come exactly every 15, but we'll make do. We're going to be recording the entire time.
Okay.
And there could be moments where Ross is going to have to go to the bathroom, and it's just going to be me and John talking. So please make sure you submit your questions so that we can have something good to talk about.
There you go. Don, this class, you already mentioned Justin Kanyuk. I mentioned Deuce Caldwell. Tell us about this class. You've been covering it for over a year.
Yeah.
We were sitting here last time, and I don't think they had any commits at this time last year. But recruiting a class it's a 2-year process almost. Tell us about how this class kind of got to where it was. It's 17 people. It's going to be the highest ranked class and one of the best classes in UNC football history. Let's go into kind of a brief overview of where we got to where we are with this 2022 class.
Well, the big thing is that Mac has emphasized in-state as soon as he became coach, and in the prior classes, he has been able to make the in-state recruits the primary focus of those classes. This one, he faced a dilemma because there wasn't enough in-state talent to feed that philosophy. So he went to Virginia, and absolutely dominated Virginia. The state of Virginia, excuse me, will end up signing 4 of the top 5 in Virginia, and then 2 others, another 4-star, and then Travion Green. So that formed basically the foundation of this class. But he didn't ignore the in-state guys. I know we have a guest right here. He didn't ignore the in-state guys, because he still landed. I don't know. I guess four top 10 players in the state of North Carolina. I gotta look at my notes. But yeah. So he's still dominating North Carolina.
Okay.
Went into Virginia, dominated Virginia, and then got some guys from other places also. I think we've talked about it on the podcast. I think this is a great class. You know, you have obviously 2 5-stars. You have a bunch of 4-stars. But even when you look at the 3-star guys, and I've, gushed over them for last year.
Yeah.
Marcus Allen and Bryson Jennings and Justin Kanyuk we've talked about, and all those guys I feel like are guys who definitely could outproduce their ranking.
Yeah, the class is made with talented 3-stars at the depth.
Yeah.
The class, and that's you can really find some hidden gems. That's how because we know the 5-stars are going to be good, 4-stars are going to be good, but the 3-stars is where you can really your class can end up being special if a couple of those really hit. So like Don said, right now committed 2 5-stars, 9 4-stars. This is all the 24/7 Sports composite, and I think there's 6 3-stars that round out the class. So certainly it's top heavy, but there's strength throughout the class. And I think it's so important about how well UNC did in the state of Virginia. I think 7 commitments from Virginia and just mining the whole state for their best talent, dominating Virginia Tech, and plucking the best players from the state of Virginia, while also getting some top players from North Carolina, Travis Shaw, Amara Hampton among those, and then and Malachi Hamrick, but then also getting players here and there where they need them, a linebacker from South Carolina, safety for Will Hardy from Georgia, and a quarterback from Alabama, and a lineman from Pennsylvania. So here and there, picking throughout some of the best players, while also pretty much making Virginia an in-state recruiting territory, which I think is going to continue during Mac Brown's reign, because they also got Tony Grimes, and they have those connections with Mac Brown. Mac Brown's previous run at UNC, and Dre Bly's connections and Jay Bateman's connections in the state of Virginia.
So I think it's 3 things. 1, the connections, Dre Bly and Jay Bateman, who is really, I talked to some high school coaches. I was talking to Andre Green's coach, and Bateman was involved somewhat, but obviously Lonnie Galloway took control of that recruitment. But Andre Green's coach kept on mentioning Jay Bateman, how well liked he is in that area, how much that helps from I guess a secondary position sort of thing, kind of recruiting in that instance. Dre Bly, it's hard to put into words how much I don't even know if respected is the word in that area.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's just different when I've been in a stadium where Dre Bly kind of walks on the field, and all the recruits and all the high school coaches. I mean, all these guys know him. They parents have played with him, growing up, and obviously followed his career. So in that area, it's huge. And then Deion Glover, the father of Tony Grimes, he obviously is the father of Tony Grimes. But in addition to that, he's coached in that area for a long time, and as part of his game day prospects thing, he puts on a lot of camps. A lot of them are free camps for the kids in the area, trying to get them exposure. Anytime I talk to Deion, he's always telling me about different guys in his area to make sure I look out for. So he's really well connected, and people trust him. And I think seeing his son go to North Carolina has helped in a lot of those instances. And the couple other things is that Virginia and Virginia Tech haven't done a really good job of recruiting the state of Virginia.
Yeah, and they both had coaching changes now.
Yes.
Which certainly, maybe, I don't know if that'll help or hurt.
Well,
help. It could end up helping them down the line.
Yeah, because I mean those staffs do not take the in-state recruiting seriously at all.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I got to pull it up, but
Virginia Tech recruited Texas.
Yeah. Why were they recruiting Texas?
Yeah.
We got on into this in the podcast. We don't need to do it again, but
All right, let me ask you this. Actually, John, should we get some questions? Are there any questions already? And you want to throw up that graphic? This is going to be a 4-hour show, guys. It's going to be very loose. We're working. I'm going to be running social media and a lot of things during this show, and we're all multitasking here, so stick with us. There's our graphic. Get your questions in. Yeah, actually, keep that screen up there because I like to see that.
why don't you put it up in yours too?
Because I'm doing work. Get your questions into YouTube. Anything related to the class, just anything that comes to mind or anything related to us, we will try to answer that. All right, Don, let me ask you this.
Sure.
This class, UNC's 2022 class, what is the strength? When we think about this class in 3-4 years, what's going to be the group of players or the player or the strength of this class that we're going to kind of remember this class for?
That's a great question.
Like obviously 2018 or the 19 class was like Sam Howell's class, for example.
Yeah.
Some of the last class had a lot of defensive players. So
I guess we look at the lines, both of them. I mean, the top two players, you get a 4-star D lineman, 4-star offensive. 5-star offensive lineman, 5-star defensive lineman, and then I think some really good, 3-star guys in there too. Some good edge rushers. So I guess the lines I think got a lot better. It's so hard because you look. You say that, and then you look at the running backs, and then you look at the receivers, and then you look at even the linebackers. It's a really good class top to bottom. But yeah, I mean, if I want to say one strength, I'm going to go with the lines.
Well, I would go running back.
Okay.
I think by the end of this, like 3-4 years, you're gonna be like, man, Armand Hampton and George Pettaway, 2 24/7 Sports 4-star prospects. They're studs. They've been holding down this running back room, a 1-2 punch for multiple years. I think you look back at this class, sure, I think Shaw and Rice have a chance to be special, but the guys you'll remember are Pettaway and Hampton, star running backs. John, what do you think? When you look at this class, what do you think is going to be remembered by people?
I think this class is going to be remembered by the twin 5-stars. I think that's big for the North Carolina program to go out and get the elite talent. This is the type of talent that is oftentimes eluded the North Carolina football program. So again, getting them also on the lines, someone like Zach Rice, offensive line, Travis Shaw, defensive line, that's massive. So I think that's going to be the long-term takeaway, and that could pay dividends for the program for a long time.
Is that there's only been one other time that UNC has signed 2 5-stars in the same class, and that was in 2007. That was Butch Davis's first class. So this is pretty significant to sign 2 5-stars in a class.
And not just that. I mean, they beat out Clemson. For Travis Shaw, beat out Clemson for Andre Green, beat out Ohio State, Notre Dame, Alabama, and Virginia for Zach Rice. So this, if things trend up for UNC, this could be a little bit of turning of the tide in terms of how UNC approaches recruiting in terms of competing with the big dogs.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at Clemson, UNC beat them out for 2 big-time recruits they wanted, and UNC is now ranked higher than Clemson in the rankings, in the ACC rankings, in the raw rankings. And much of that is because Clemson missed out on Shaw, missed out on Green, and also coaching changes
I think the coaching
down in Clemson.
Yeah, coaching.
But wasn't UNC leading before those 3 players decommitted? UNC had 3 decommits in the last week or 2.
I think Clemson was leading before.
Okay, someone on Twitter told me otherwise.
Oh, all right. Well, people on Twitter are always right.
Yeah, look how foggy it is.
I know.
Foggy morning here in undisclosed locations in the Man Tower.
Did we have a question?
We will. We're also getting some questions at the mic, so I might look at fixing that real quick.
Okay, we have some technical difficulties. We're fixing the mics.
Can I just see your mic pad real quick?
Mine?
Yeah. Make sure it's on.
Can you hear Don?
Okay, it is on. I'll keep messing with it. You
The
guys
volume?
are good to keep going, yeah.
Can they hear us?
They can hear you fine. It's just Don is a little bit more quiet.
Okay.
My voice is louder.
Yeah, Ross.
Can you adjust on there?
Yeah, I'm trying.
I'm gonna move my mic up higher.
Yeah.
This is live television.
Yeah. And we got 4 hours. It's not all going to be clean TV over here.
No.
We are 13 minutes away from when we expect the first national letter of intent to come in. We'll have 17 across the morning unless for some reason there's one that's outstanding,
Someone says mics are fine.
which we don't understand. Oh, you're seeing the comments there?
Yeah.
Comments are flowing. We love all the comments, all the engagement. Share with your family, share with your friends. Keep this on the background at work. We don't expect everybody to watch the whole time, but pop in and pop out. And the show will really get going once these national tints will go on. We have the alarm set up. Every time a commit goes, we got the helmet set up here, and we're good to go.
I see one question in there. You want to throw that out there, John?
Let's see. Question.
Yeah, it doesn't have a question mark, so that's why.
Oh, okay. Is it the Dalen Everett one?
Yeah.
This is a question. Did Dalen Everett have any interest in Carolina after he decommitted?
I don't think so. I know that communication between him and North Carolina never stopped. I know that UNC was well aware of his plans to decommit from Clemson, and I just I don't think they came out and said, hey, UNC is not involved here, but I think that their actions and their plans that they expressed to North Carolina made it pretty obvious that they were looking in a different direction. The rumor all along after he decommitted was Georgia. He took that official visit to Alabama, but ended up committing to Georgia yesterday. So I think he was a kid who wanted a big time program, a blue blood program, and obviously Coach Bly made a very convincing pitch. The location was really good, but I think that ultimately he wanted to be under the lights as much as possible. And that's why he originally committed to Clemson, and that's why he is now committed and intends on signing with Georgia.
Let me ask this, Don.
Sure.
At what point does UNC get to the point where it becomes a program like that, or is that something that's kind of out of the loop? Because Clemson, Georgia, these big time programs. Is there a chance for UNC to get to that point? Then they got Travis Shaw and Zach Rice.
I think it has to be sustained success. It has to be constantly. Not just 1 year where you're competing for the conference championship. North Carolina hasn't won an ACC championship in how long?
They won in 2015.
An ACC championship?
Oh, they won the Coastal.
They won the Coastal.
Yeah, they have not won since the championship game has been instituted.
Yeah, so I think if I were to ask, even all of UNC's signees, when's the last time North Carolina won an ACC championship? I bet they wouldn't know the answer to that.
It was like 82 or something.
Yeah, so I think that's an issue. You're competing against Clemson, who has won however many ACC championships recently, national championships. Georgia, hasn't. I guess that's one example to kind of throw out there, but they've been so dominant and they've been in the playoff. So I think it is different, but I think UNC can get there, but it has to happen on the football field. At some point, right now Mac Brown's pitching the whole idea of what we're going to be, what they're going to be, what they're going to be. At some point, you kind of have to show on the field.
Yeah.
And not just one season. It has to be multiple seasons in order to kind of change the perception.
The thought was it was going to be that this year, and it led to a disappointing 6-6 season. Do you sense a little shift with how Clemson is going? Clemson had an average season to their standards. 3 decommits, 2 coaching changes. I think producer John might want to chime in on this. With shift on how Clemson's perceived, especially in the ACC. They also lost their AD.
Yeah, I think so because of it. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the moves they made, to replace their OC and their defensive coordinator. I don't know how you guys feel.
Who did they have to replace him?
What do you mean, who they have, or who do they replace him with?
Who did they replace him with?
They replaced him with
in-house guys.
In-house guys, yes.
So
the quarterback coach Streeter's been there a while, and has a pretty good reputation. I knew nothing about the new DC at all. I didn't even know he was on their staff. So, but I can. If Clemson has a bad year or a year similar to this year, I think you're going to start to kind of see it kind of go downhill.
John, a take for you on Clemson's recruiting, Clemson football. We don't want to make this a Clemson show, so we'll move off this in a little bit.
Well, the reason why we bring up Clemson is because Mac Brown is the one who's made the comparison in the past, saying UNC wants to be the Clemson of the Coastal. And what he means by that is sustained success. UNC has had good seasons, they've had bad seasons, but what Clemson has been able to do the last 10 years is consistently recruit well and consistently put themselves in position to win a college football playoff title. So it's days like today, National Signing Day, when UNC can get closer to that point. So that's kind of why we bring up Clemson so much. It is interesting, though, to watch Clemson with their most recent recruiting class. I mean, Don, you can speak to this, but it's a pretty small class.
Yeah.
And in the age of the transfer portal, when you have people going in and out all the time, Clemson has also chosen not to bring a ton of transfers in. So that's kind of an interesting subplot today when you're looking at ACC recruiting.
Clemson has purposely chosen to take a different approach with their recruiting and have these, Dabo rules or whatever you want to call them. And they have worked for so long, but they didn't work this year. They actually, I think, backfired on them because they didn't have enough plan Bs.
What's the Dabo rules?
Well, I mean, there's a few of them. So he doesn't allow official visits during the summer, only during the season. But they also they go all in on guys. They don't send out 200 scholarship offers.
Yeah.
They are very selective with who they offer, and they recruit other guys behind the scenes. But that's, guys just don't, Andre's dad brought it up to us about how, Clemson was recruiting his son, but they couldn't take that situation seriously until he offered, because why fall in love with a school that you could potentially never be able to go to? Mm-hmm. And so it does hurt. Now, it has worked for them in the past because it makes the Clemson offer mean much more and yada, yada. But when you're in a situation where it felt like all of their coaches were leaving except for Dabo, and you didn't have a really good season, then, he's really stuck. This class, it's going to be tough for them to have a really good class.
Really? Let's look at where they are ranked right now. And this will be the last we speak of Clemson for a little bit. I feel like it's become the Clemson show.
So far, no one's complained,
Hey,
but there's a bunch of.
But look. Keep your what did you say? Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer.
That's right. That's right.
And right now, Clemson is enemy number one.
That's why Ross is sitting next to me.
That's right. That's why you had Friedman's alert turns on.
Friedman is my friend.
Adam Friedman. He had me blocked for a while. Clemson's class is ranked 15 in the nation, number 3 in the ACC right now. Only 1 5-star. 15 is low for what Clemson usually has. They're usually top 5. And Clemson right now has 15 now. They'll probably get some more in the February period.
Yeah, they have some.
And transfers. Transfers are a big deal. How is UNC approaching the transfer market? This is something I think I'm interested in. I don't know a lot about, but transfers have changed the game of not only football recruiting, but roster building and how you approach every season, because you're going to lose some and you have the opportunity to get better through the transfer market. How is UNC approaching transfers?
So, and I know there's been all this talk about a change, but at least as it has been explained to me, I don't believe UNC has changed. And so basically what they do is they have some recruiting staffers who one of their tasks during the day, every single day, is to look in the transfer portal and see the new names. Mm-hmm. Research those guys, and it's not just about just purely watching film. It's also about why did they leave? What's going on with this guy? I mean, because if you think about it, especially these, everyone gets excited when there's like a 4 or 5-star guy that goes in the portal. Mm-hmm. Most of the time, there's a reason why they're in a portal, because that school would have done everything possible to make sure that they were happy, they were getting the ball, whatever it may be. But anyway,
there's a reason why people transfer usually.
Yes.
And it's not usually because they're not playing.
Yeah.
And why aren't they playing? Because they're not good.
Yeah.
Or there's some other issues.
So I think that so anyway, let me answer your question. But yeah, so and then if there's anybody that the staff would be remotely interested in, a report is presented to the entire staff, and the decision is made. And some of the decision might be, okay, let's reach out to this guy, get a feel for him. I know that there are certain guys, I'm not going to name names, but there's certain guys that in the portal, staff reached out to, talked to, and was like, this kid won't fit here, and just kind of moved on. So there's a lot of due diligence that is done, talking to people. And obviously, coaches know other coaches, say, hey, was this a kid a turd or what? But I think the difference that we're going to see this time around is that so many more guys are going in to the portal that there's going to be a lot more quality guys in there.
Yeah.
I think what we saw, like the Jameis Williams kid, he was kind of the exception.
Alabama?
Yeah, Alabama.
He was transferred?
He was from Ohio State. Now, if you look at Ohio State's receiver group, was freaking insane. So, of course, if you get the 4th or 5th best receiver from Ohio State, he's a really good player and ended up being a really good player for Alabama. I think there's a kid, I can't remember his name, Georgia, on defense, on Miami on defense, who actually was at Georgia, and Georgia was only going to use him on first and second down or something like that. But he wanted to play full time, and so he transferred. So obviously you look at Georgia's defense stacked. So I think we're going to see a lot more of those situations where it's just a guy who's actually good, entering the portal.
Yeah, and one more thing, we have a question I think going from John, but quickly. UNC has used the portal to their advantage. I think they got a quality starter in Ty Chandler. Mm-hmm. Kyle McMichael, maybe not the best player this year, but he was a starter last year, and I thought has been an okay, above-average player for UNC. Let's say Ravo Hasek's a little bit different. He was a JUCO transfer.
I wouldn't put him in that category.
Yeah, and there have been some people that haven't played, but UNC has been very particular about who they pick in the transfer portal. But I think they will be a little bit more aggressive. There's multiple names on the list. There's a couple of people that already visited, and people who could commit today that are transfers, correct?
They could. I don't expect that.
Scoops? Okay, question from producer John.
We actually have some questions about that. This is from Penn in the chat. He says, do we expect any transfer commits today?
I don't expect any, but, it's recruiting, so anything can happen. But from what I gathered last night, that they weren't expecting any decisions right now. The thing, too, just to kind of add to Ross's point, Mac has preached that he doesn't want to bring a guy in to provide depth.
He wants starters.
He wants, guys who are going to start. Ty Chandler is a great example. Because if you bring a guy in to provide depth, then you're taking away opportunities from, John.
Here we go.
Will Hardy.
First national letter of intent is in. The graphics going up, I think.
Yeah, put it on.
All right. Graphic is up. The light is on. We have our first national letter of intent in. Breaking news. 24/7 Sports, 3-star safety. The last will be the first, as they say.
Is that what they say?
He was the last to commit. He is the first to get his first to sign, I guess. A safety from Greater Atlanta Christian School in Norcross, Georgia. 6'2", 190, ranked 566 in the nation. The 39th ranked athlete and the 55th ranked player in Georgia. Will Hardy signs with Georgia. He flips from Virginia. Don, let's get a quick breakdown of Will Hardy's recruitment, and we'll get to him as a player.
All right, so this is the freshest in my mind.
This is exciting.
For all these reasons. Okay, so he committed to Virginia back in April and was pretty set with UVA. And then in August, North Carolina offered him.
Okay.
Little did I know at that time, he had a gazillion connections to UNC because he didn't express any of that. I had to find out a lot of that from talking to his mom. Anyway, so UNC spent most of those following weeks, months, trying to get him to visit. He finally visited. It wasn't the UVA game. It was I think it was the next home game. Maybe it was a Miami game. I can't remember which game. Anyway, visited, and then loved the visit. Mentioned he wanted to visit UVA one more time, and then decide what he was going to do, whether he was going to take an official visit, return to UVA. Just basically decided to shut it down. I'm done. I'm
Virginia.
I'm going to sign with UVA. Then, on the day of his in-home visit with Bronco Mendenhall, head coaches get one in-home visit per recruit. I guess a couple hours beforehand, Bronco Mendenhall just suddenly resigns.
Did he visit the Bronco Visit him?
No, he was
Okay.
supposed to. So at first, as I don't know how much detail you want me to get into, but at first,
Focus.
At first, the coaches at UVA, the assistant coaches, reached out to him, said, "Hey, Bronco's not going to make it, but we'll still be there." And then I think it was like 30 minutes, maybe an hour later, they called him and said, "Hey, Bronco just resigned, and we're not going to come by today." So anyway, obviously, the day prior, Jay Bateman had coincidentally been in Will's school, speaking with him and his parents. And so it made it pretty easy when Bateman said, "Hey, remember that official visit that we talked about?" Will took the official visit this past weekend, completed the flip on Monday.
What's crazy about this is that, for 6 months or whatever, when he commit to Virginia, April,
Yeah.
for 6 months or so, he thought he was going to Virginia. You're telling everybody you're wearing Virginia stuff to school.
Mm-hmm.
You're wearing all this stuff. You're going to Virginia. I mean, you want to go to Virginia. He went all in on Virginia, even after UNC tried to get him. So in his mind, for 6 months, probably longer than that, he was going to go all Virginia. And then Bronco Mendenhall steps down, and within 2 weeks, he is committed to the Tar Heels, and your kind of whole future changes. You're going to a completely different school, about same conference, same division, very similar schools, but it does kind of change your perspective. Will Hardy commits. We have a live tweet from Mac Brown. You're the first to hear this because he just tweeted it. Mac Brown. This is unusual. Coach already commenting on players. Thrilled to have Will Hardy join the family, a great student and a great player who will help us in the secondary. Welcome, Will. A UNC staffer comments as well. A physical and athletic playmaker on both sides of the ball. We expect him to be a safety, Will Hardy. That leads us to a next question for Donald. Mm-hmm. Will Hardy, what kind of player? What's he going to bring? What do you see his future like at UNC as a player, as an athlete?
So I think he's a very smart player. He's good size. 6'2", 190. Not super fast, but he's deceptively fast because he has that long stride. But he plays faster than his speed because
Deceptively athletic, deceptively fast.
Deceptively fast.
Coach's son.
Coach's son, yeah. Because he takes good angles. He reads things. You can kind of watch on film and just kind of pause at certain moments and see that his head's turned, heading in the right direction. So I think he'll be a guy who can definitely be a leader of the defense in a few seasons.
All right. We have a question, producer John.
This is a question from the chat from Will. He says, "Can you see Hardy's ranking going up? Film is impressive."
This is so subjective, and I don't have a whole lot to do with the rankings. And I think there's only one more update. I don't anticipate anything, but who knows? Usually the only guys who are going to get a bump this time of year are ones who are participating in the All-American games. Josh Downs a couple years ago received a bump from his performance. Yeah. I'm not aware of Will playing any All-Star games that would help his ranking. I think it's pretty much set.
Yeah, and even if it was, it wouldn't be anything of significance. It's not like he's going to all of a sudden move to become a 4-star. He's ranked, he is a mid-level 3-star. Is that what you call him?
He's actually a high 3-star now, is he not? Yeah, so he's at 87. That's high.
Okay. I don't look at the rank number. I look at that number.
What number do you look at?
The ranking.
Yeah. 87.
Yeah, he's 566 in the nation.
I think he actually did get a bump in the recent rankings update, though.
Yeah. So Will Hardy is the first to get his national letter of intent in. He's the first, so we'll always remember that. Where were you when Will Hardy got his NLIN? Another question from producer John. Get your questions in.
This is a question from Heels365. He says, had he been to a Carolina football game before he visited this year? This is Will Hardy. He says, I know he grew up a big fan. So can you walk me through what visits Will Hardy went on?
That's a good question, and I don't know the answer to that. I would assume so.
You said before the one he went on this year?
Yeah, I feel like the answer would be no. Just because I'm trying to remember back to my conversation with him about that visit that he went on, and it felt like it was a first time experience. I could be wrong on that. I'd have to see. Yes, he grew up a UNC fan, but he grew up in Georgia. Not the easiest drive to make for a college football game.
And you said a lot of connections to UNC. What are those connections again?
So his uncle was a Morehead scholar. His dad grew up in Hickory, grew up a North Carolina fan, and his dad's best friend is Eric Hoots.
Yeah, who is the director of basketball operations for UNC basketball. That's crazy. Will Hardy's dad is best friends with Eric Hoots, who is like the man for UNC basketball, which you didn't really know. But he's like the man behind the man. He's like big time on the scene for UNC basketball. A lot of alumni connections. So that is a crazy connection, and I would love to pick his brain about that, because that is Eric Hoots is one of the more connected guys for UNC basketball, and now his best friend's son has committed for football. I mean, there had to be some sort of connection there.
Yeah.
Like some sort of influence there. Who knows?
Yeah.
Another question. We got questions rolling in. Let's go.
I think it's also possible he might have been a UNC Kids Club member at some point. It's impossible to confirm, but you never know. This is a question from Elliot. Was every school recruiting him as a safety, or was he getting some looks at wide receiver as well?
As far as I know, the schools that were recruiting him more significantly were recruiting him as a safety. I did have that conversation with Will because I think at one point he was listed as an athlete, and he wanted me to change it on his profile.
To safety?
To safety. So, and he said, all the schools I'm talking to are recruiting me as a safety.
Is there a player you compare him to, a former UNC player or current UNC player you compare him to? And I know that Bateman really likes his Bateman coach. Jay Bateman, UNC's defensive coordinator, coaches safeties. It's a very important position for this.
I might have to think about.
And will he be your traditional strong safety?
So he mentioned, when I talked to him about that, he mentioned that he's going to play a role where he's going to come in the box a little bit, blitz off the edge, but also will play some, high, be high center fielder sort of thing. But he said he said boundary safety was the term he used. So so free safety. Strong safety. So
Okay.
But they'll have him do a lot of different things.
Okay. All right. It's 8:10, and we are awaiting the next. There's your Clemson defensive coordinator. We're watching CBS HQ, a family member of the 24/7 Sports Network. We're 8:10. We're awaiting the next letter of intent. There's Gunnar Givens committing to signing with Georgia.
Yeah.
Is he D lineman?
He wants to be a D lineman. I guess they're going to label him a D lineman.
Yeah. Who's this Daniel Bernstein guy?
He's works in the recruiting office.
Okay. Who do you think's going to be next? Oh, John, you got a question?
I was going to say I could read off another question if you'd like.
Let's do it.
This is a question from Tar Heel 93. It's another.
Are you making these up?
No, they're all real names. Tar Heel 93 on YouTube.
Not like Gert from Gorman.
What would be the difference between Hardy and Allen? Do they both play similarly, or is Hardy more of a physical safety and Allen more of a cover safety?
Yeah, I think Allen's definitely more of a cover guy. After seeing his senior film and then also watching him in 7-on-7s, he played with Hustle Inc., which is one of the top 7-on-7 teams in the entire nation. Definitely the top in Georgia, although I'm sure the Cam Newton team would not be happy with that. But so he's going up against great competition in one-on-one situations, and then playing, he's playing against the best competition in that Georgia area in high school during his senior year, and I was really impressed with him playing corner. So it wouldn't surprise me if he plays corner for North Carolina, but if he plays safety, yes, he would be more of the cover safety guy, whereas Hardy would be more of the center fielder, where you kind of move him into the box sort of thing and blitz him and all that.
I got a question for Dom.
Sure. Not that it's the guy that UNC offered, that Jake Johnson just committed to A&M.
Yeah. Cool. there's not faxes anymore. How is the letter of intent process working? I mean, up to a couple of years ago, it was faxes.
Yeah.
But fax machines don't really exist anymore. No one has fax machines.
Well, there's things you use, but anyway.
How does this work?
It's just this. You take a picture of your letter of intent.
So the letter of intent's a piece of paper?
Yep, piece of paper. Usually, I'm sure that they could email it or whatever, but usually they drop off all of the complete packet during one of the in-home visits.
Really?
And explain to them just where you sign, because when a letter of intent gets received by a school, compliance has to look at it and make sure certain criteria are met as far as signatures and all that sort of stuff, and where. And so they're given instructions on how to sign it, and they sign it and take the picture and send it wherever they got to send it to.
And that's good enough for anybody to use? Okay.
Yeah.
So, like, who is he sending it to? Like, is Mac Brown like, oh, we got Will Hardy now?
That's a good question. I don't
Thank you.
know the answer. It could be directly to compliance, or it could be to Billy High. Maybe it is to Mac Brown directly. That could be a question you ask Mac Brown today.
I'll save that one.
Okay.
Not really that important. Okay. First one in, Will Hardy, as we await the next thing. Johnny, questions? Let's do a run through the graphics. See what we got cooking.
We also have one loose question for you. This is from Trevor.
Oh boy.
He asks, this is from DJ Senior. He asks, is Scoops nursing Blue Shark vodka in his cup?
I wish. Ross did not bring any Blue Shark vodka over.
We're working. We're not drinking.
Whoa. You're sounding judgmental there.
Answer question.
No, it's coffee.
Yeah. I'm going to need a refill.
Yeah, I'm going to need a
I
refill.
think after the next letter of intent, we'll do a Bojangles bow break and coffee.
Well, why don't we
We'll alternate.
Yeah, alternate, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Any questions? Any questions, John?
Yeah, we need questions to guide this conversation.
I've got another question in. This one is from JW on YouTube. He asks, what do you think the ceiling is for the 2022 class?
Kind of an interesting question.
Yeah, pretty wide open. I don't even really know how to answer that. I mean, I think it could produce. I think it could produce a lot of really highly drafted players. To be honest, there's a lot of guys, not just the 5 stars, which are obvious, but also some of the guys who aren't as highly ranked could eventually turn into high draft picks.
Which lower ranked guys you think could be NFL players? Yeah, I mean, look at class. I mean, if you look at past classes, it's only 2 or 3 have chances to really even get drafted or make the NFL. I mean, we could go through them all, but of this class, who do you think is going to be the diamond in the rough that could have a big NFL career?
Bryson Jennings.
Really?
Yeah. If I'm just looking at the 3 stars, because 4 stars are under 24/7's, I guess criteria.
Yeah.
Are considered guys who would be drafted. I would easily go with Bryson Jennings. Dude is impressive looking in person.
6'6", 235.
Yeah, I mean he looks 235. You said 235? I thought you said never mind.
135.
Really impressive looking in person, and moves really well, uses his hands really well. Seems to have just the natural feel for the game. His dad played it. I'm sure he's been around it his entire life. So yeah, I mean he has the size, he has the experience, he has the pedigree. That would be definitely my pick. And really with NFL guys, it's so much about measurables. I mean, obviously being able to play the game is important and very important, but they emphasize measurables so much.
I mean, you have to have a certain size to even kind of get considered at certain positions.
Yeah.
O-line, D-line, defensive end, even wide receiver. Producer John.
We have a very important question people have been asking on this one a couple times now. This is from Joey. any word on Gunnar Givens or Wesley Grimes as a potential flip this morning? Don, walk us through the whole scoop on that.
So
Throw the graphic up.
Wait. Oh, you putting the graphic up? Gunnar Givens has already signed with Virginia Tech, so we can forget about him. Yeah, and he actually announced last night that he intended on signing with Virginia Tech. Wesley Grimes, the whole key for North Carolina was to get him to officially visit this past weekend, and a couple other schools were trying to get him to officially visit this past weekend. I spoke with him on Friday, and he said he's going to spend the entire weekend at Wake Forest, which I think kind of just tells you this past weekend.
Yeah.
So I think it kind of tells you just where his mind is at. We have not seen whether he has signed yet, but
there's no indications that Wesley Grimes is going to sign with UNC.
Yeah, I anticipate North Carolina signing just the 17 unless something crazy happens.
Wesley Grimes came into the picture late, had a great senior season, a 4-star player out of Raleigh, Millbrook High School, really productive wide receiver, and UNC ended up, offering, right?
Yeah, they offered.
On the low.
Yeah, on the low. And the thing too, and this goes back to the whole the whole Andre Green thing, where people are like, "Oh, yeah, he was committed a long time, he waited forever." Yeah, North Carolina would prefer to have Andre Green in the boat a long time ago, and then kind of figure things out with Wesley Grimes. UNC has had his eyes on Wesley Grimes for a while, and has loved the kid. And then he had an unbelievable senior season, which obviously raised his stock. But they didn't want to mess with anything with Andre Green, so you had to be careful with that. So they waited until just a couple weeks before signing to offer him.
So this begs the question, there's some scholarships available for transfers, and wide receiver is certainly one area they might need to improve on. As we talk more about the team, they lost Emory Simmons and Joffrey Brown to the transfer portal. They lacked a deep threat for much of the season until kind of the emergence of Antoine Green. They're adding Andre Green. They're adding Tayshaun Chapman. Tayshaun Chapman. But I think they need to get a stud deep threat receiver in the transfer portal for next season to really help out the two young quarterbacks who expect to be manning the quarterback position, because really all they have now is Josh Downs. Justin Olsen maybe, but he didn't have many big catches. And Antoine Green did kind of emerge as a pretty solid deep threat, but I think they need at least one more receiver, because beyond that, what do they have? Andre Green might have to play some big time minutes, which would be great, but who knows? Question from producer John.
We have a celebrity in the chat, actually. First celebrity to make an appearance this morning, Terrell Conley, father of JQ Conley.
Okay.
So nice to see Terrell. He has a great question as well. He says, what does Hardy bring to the safety room that is different from the rest of the safeties?
Of course, Terrell Conley's dad is UNC starting safety. Terrell Conley's son is UNC starting safety Drecorius Conley, who is out with injury for much of the offseason.
Yeah, so I think the problem with that question is that Will Hardy probably is going to require at least a season, if not two, to develop. And so there's still a lot of unknowns. And by the time he contributes, a lot of these guys are going to be gone. So it's not like he's bringing something that any of these guys don't already have, or that the secondaries need it. A lot of these guys are, I always track the what true freshmen play, and I always get asked, well, why don't I track all of them? But for me, the true freshman playing is significant because it shows everyone thinks that all these guys are going to play. In reality, there's only like 2 or 3 that end up playing significant time, if that.
Yeah.
So it's hard to answer that right now because the fact that Hardy might not play significant snaps until 2-3 years down the line.
Read the question again, John, please.
The question from Mr. Conley, he was asking, what does Hardy bring to the safety room that is different than the rest of the safeties?
I answered it.
Okay, I was
the thing
making
too,
sure we didn't miss anything.
And the thing too is that, Bateman has certain things that he looks for, and so Hardy has those things, just like all the other guys that that he has previously recruited that are obviously in the room now.
Yeah, he has good length,
Yeah,
good range.
but there's length already in there. There's
So-
range already in there. He's physical. There's physicality already in there. He's smart. There's guys who are smart players in there. So it's not like he's bringing anything special, and he doesn't have to because he's not going to see the field for a couple of years.
You'll see this for sure. UNC at the defensive back position likes long, taller
Yes.
players, especially at cornerback and
Yes.
at safety. Like, I think the days of getting a 5'9" safety like Trey Morrison or a cornerback like Trey Morrison is over. They like a player to be 5'11" or above. Going through the class here, Marcus Allen is 6'2", Will Hardy is 6'2", and the other defensive back is Tayon Holloway. He's 6 feet. So, I mean, you have to be above 5'11" to get recruited by UNC.
Well, and isn't that a little ironic considering that Dre Bly is not?
Yeah, we talked about this.
Yeah, but we've not talked about this on.
True, yeah. Looking to last season, DeAndre Boykins, who is a nickelback, it was 5'11". And let's see what the other. Oh, they had Dante Balfour. He's super long.
Yeah.
6'2". Tamir Brown, 5'11". So he might be a little shorter.
No, I think he's at least 5'11". He might be actually taller. I think.
You sweating?
No. God, you're weird. But yeah.
Producer John, question.
We actually have a second celebrity in the chat. I was mistaken earlier. We have Greg Hardy, who is Will Hardy's uncle.
Oh boy.
He says we are.
The Morehead Scholar?
I don't know.
I believe we'll have to get confirmation from Greg Hardy on whether or not he's a Morehead scholar, but he says we are pumped that Will is a Tar Heel. So that's very exciting this morning. A second celeb. I'll also give another question to you all because there's a lot of good questions coming in. We have 383 people watching right now, so lots of people posting questions in the chat pod. This is one I've seen a few times now. So this is from ASD 2801. He asks, are the 247 rankings based on college projection or NFL potential? Don, could you maybe walk us through what those projections and those ratings mean?
They are, and this is actually, they do a good job of explaining it. I can't remember where it's at, but if you go on to the player rankings and there's like a key there or a legend, you can click on and explain some of the stuff. But they are trying to, basically, if you're a 5-star, this is why there's 32 5-stars. You are projected to be a first-round draft pick. If you're a 4-star, you're projected to be drafted. And then the 3-stars get a little bit more college focus, but the top guys are definitely, it's more of a NFL projection. And the reason why they do that, because I know a lot of people say, well, they're going to college and yada yada, and we want to know how good they're going to be college players. And Tim Tebow was usually kind of brought up, but for them, they want accountability in their rankings, and it's pretty subjective or objective to say, okay, we ranked this guy a 4-star, he was drafted, we were right on point with that guy, or this guy, we ranked him a 5-star, he was drafted in the first round, that sort of thing. Now the 3-stars are actually broken up, and I don't know, I don't have it in front of me, but from like 87 up, which is the rating, 87 to 89, those are supposed to be multi-year starters. And then I think it's 86, 85, 84 guys. Those are maybe 1-year starters, solid contributors sort of thing. And then I think once you get below that, you're talking about guys who may be big-time group of 5 guys. I should have said those prior ones, I was talking about Power 5. So 84 under or a Power 5 backup. Hopefully I didn't confuse anyone with any of that.
Good stuff. So we are awaiting the second national letter of intent, not every 15 minutes as Don previewed.
No, you kept on saying that. I kept on saying it might not be every 15 minutes.
Yeah, so the rolling in of the national letter of intents is changing the structure of our show and the content we promised.
But we have a bunch of people in here.
Yeah.
They're asking great questions.
That's cool that we had Will Hardy's uncle in there. Did he confirm that if he was the former or the UNC alum?
He did say that it was his oldest brother who's the Morehead scholar. I also do want to say, because the NILs are coming in every 30 minutes, I think that puts us at around 5 or 6 or 7 p.m. So we'll be live for 8 or 9 hours today.
I don't think it's going to be that.
Start getting in here. That's great for Will Hardy. I mean, obviously, some of his family probably are pumped that he's a Tar Heel because they can kind of cheer for their alma mater. An uncle or two that went to Carolina. That's great. A lot of connections there, especially with Eric Hoots. Tar Heels get a big win on the basketball court last night. Furman, we watched it up here in the Man Tower. Any thoughts on basketball, Don?
I got a new favorite player.
Who?
Armando.
Armando Baycott. Yeah.
Yeah, my favorite player.
Producer John, question?
Let's show people the names graphic again and walk through exactly what it is. So I'll bring the names graphic up, and then Ross and Don, do you want to speak to?
That John's very proud of.
Oh, okay. Did you edit it? Okay. I see it on here. Okay.
You can pull it up on your screen.
I'm watching right here. All right, so here is one of our new graphics for the show. This is the list of commitments that are expected to sign. It's in alphabetical order, except for Will Hardy. Oddly, because when we made this graphic, we made these graphics over the weekend and Friday and over the weekend, we weren't completely sure if Will Hardy was going to commit, so we put him at the very bottom just in case we had to cut him out. But he is the first to commit, so and we'll pull this up after a player signs and check off the class as we go through hopefully all 17 commitments there. Don, anything to add? Hey, how about this? Shout out Jordan Sane, graphics guy, makes all our graphics for Inside Carolina, Instagram. Follow us on Instagram, on Twitter, and he has a big role in this show as well, producing all the graphics. Let's run through all the graphics, John. Let's give the viewers a look at all the different graphics we have, just to kind of flex out what we're doing today. What's this next one?
Next. Oh,
okay, names.
That's our names, in case people forget. Sometimes I forget Ross's name.
What's next?
We're in such a delay.
Bad radio.
Yeah.
Get your questions in. That's a nice graphic.
We've definitely seen
You
that
like the
graphic.
top there? You like how it's kind of jagged?
Yeah, very cool. Looks like you ripped a piece of paper off.
That's right. All right, next one. I'm going to pull up this feed.
Yeah, you probably.
Oh!
Here we go.
We have a national letter of intent in. John's getting the graphic up. We're going Sirens. Another defensive back.
Remember, this is delayed. You can't look at this and wait.
I know. Let me pull up the old class here. 2022 defensive back Marcus Allen has signed with UNC. Marcus Allen is a 24/7 Sports composite 4-star prospect. He is 6'2", 175. I've already mentioned him once on the show already. Ranked 269 in the nation. He's number 32nd ranked cornerback and number 25 player in Georgia. So both Georgia players, I think they only have 2 from Georgia, right, Don? Mm-hmm. Both Georgia players have now committed and signed with UNC, both defensive backs. Marcus Allen is officially a Tar Heel. Don, your take on his recruitment, how it kind of went. There wasn't too much drama there, to my memory.
No, he's not a very talkative kid, no nonsense kid. His dad is actually really involved in the football community there. I believe he coaches or he does something with the I guess it's Pop Warner, that level right before high school. Has coached a lot of guys who are going on to the NFL and everything like that. But anyway, and obviously Marcus's brother has gone through the process, so they're very familiar with the process.
Where's his brother play?
His brother plays Georgia Tech. Originally
That's right.
signed with Notre Dame, transferred to Georgia Tech.
Whoa.
So they took a very meticulous, path to this. He had a couple of different favorites lists, kind of narrowed it down. Ultimately, he ended up taking official visits to Auburn, UNC, and Georgia Tech in June. And then, by the end of June, he had made a verbal commitment to North Carolina and just went full steam ahead with that.
And one thing one thing about his recruitment, or kind of lately about his how they approached it, when Mac Brown and the staff were making visits, Marcus Allen's dad said, "Don't worry about visiting us. Spend that time on another recruit or anybody else that you need to go visit." It told me a lot about kind of how they approach a process, and it's very team first, and they're focused on UNC for a long time. When did he commit? You have that on there?
July 30th.
July 30th. Not much drama with his recruitment.
June 30th.
June 30th. Marcus Allen, you've been pretty high on him as a player.
Yeah.
What do you like about his game?
It's just, we talked about his length. That's a big part of it. You watch his film, and it just seems like these huge, like almost like airplane wings just coming in and knocking balls down and everything. Great ball skills, great timing, great body control. He has some nice catches in there. Whether it be on an interception or he played a little receiver for Walton High School. But very a physical kid, but does a good job. I mean, his length, I can't speak enough about his length. It's such a big part of his game and what he brings to the table. And I really think that there is a really good chance that he could play corner. I know there's, just because a lot of people look at high school corners that are 6'2", and they think, okay, they're going to have to move to safety just because it's a lot harder for transitions and that sort of thing. But this is a kid who has so much experience at a high level at corner. I think that's where he could stay.
We have a quote right now from Mac Brown. Mac Brown, head coach of the football team here in Chapel Hill. More secondary help from Georgia with Marcus Allen. Great leader and player. Excited to welcome Marcus to Chapel Hill. It's pretty cool how Mac Brown's kind of commenting on each one. And here at the Inside Carolina Live show.
Do you think it's Mac Brown?
I'm not sure. He's pretty hands-on with his Twitter. Okay. What do you think?
I know that other people tweet for him at times. I'm not saying he never tweets or he doesn't tweet a lot. I'm just saying that there are others who have access to that Twitter account.
I mean, I believe it.
Yeah.
So there's the quote from Mac Brown, a long defensive back who could play safety, but you also think could help at corner. That length is especially helpful at corner. So Marcus Allen. So UNC has 2 signees right now sitting at 835. 2 defensive backs, 2 players from Georgia. So we are 2/3 the way through our defensive backs here at Inside Carolina. Get your questions in. We'll spend a little bit more time on Marcus Allen before we prepare for our next signee. I gotta get some of these bow rounds and coffee refill.
Yeah. How do you want to go first? Or you want me to go first?
You can go ahead.
All right. I'm just gonna get coffee. Or you know what? I can bring the pot up here, I think.
Okay, or just refill this.
Or yeah, I can do that.
John
doesn't drink coffee.
We're gonna come to my mic here.
Can you turn my mic off?
Yeah, your mics are off for right now, so I'll do a little. Ross's mic is off as well, so I'll do a little monologue here just for a second. This is live television, 3 or 4 hours long. It's not like NFL Red Zone, where you stand in front of the screen the whole time. There has to be a few little breaks in here. Okay.
Turn me on if you want.
Yeah, I will. Okay, so we have lots of people in here. Shout out, we have over 400 people watching right now, so appreciate everyone for watching. Ross, this is going to be a question for you. I'm going to maybe pass the mic here off to you for a second. Could you see, this is a question from David, could you see Zach Rice moving inside if needed, or is he exclusively an offensive tackle?
It's more like a Don question. I think he's going to stick at left tackle. I think that's where his future is. I think that's kind of how he was recruited. I think it's where the money is in the NFL. This guy has his sights set on the NFL. Is my mic on?
It's loud enough, yeah.
You're recording that thing?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Just in case Don is doing something.
Oh, you turn both of them off.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Zach Rice is going to stay at left tackle. I think he has the athleticism they want there. It's hard to find a left tackle. You have to have a particular set of skills. And I think that's what Zach Rice brings. They love his speed and athleticism on the outside. Remember, he is the #1 ranked offensive tackle. It's hard to find those guys. You just don't move that guy to inside. Inside's where you put your slower tackles, your slower, bigger players. So it's a good question, but I think they already have a lot of interior linemen. I think the other 2 guys in the class could be interior guys, Justin Canuck and Trayvon Green. Good question, though. Those are good, in-depth kind of questions we need here on the show.
Yes, I'll also speak a little bit about the show structure here. So we have the commits rolling in. It looks like every half hour. So
That's
we're
not
gonna.
stay. We'll be here till 2 p.m.
Yeah, we'll see. Because Mac Brown has a press conference at what time today?
3:30.
Yeah, so Mac Brown has a press conference at 3:30. So definitely, we'll be having some of these come in much before that press conference happens. So maybe they'll start again at 8:45. But this show is being broadcast live on YouTube. We're monitoring the chat pod, so try to put any questions you have in for Ross and Don, and I'll try to speak to those. We also want to make a note so far, kind of recapping what Don has said. There's been a couple of questions about flips, about transfers. So far this morning, Don has given us the indication that there is no additional flips or anything, so no news about Gunnar Givens or Dalen Everett that's going to come in. Those guys are probably going to go to the schools not named North Carolina. We're also getting some questions about why the mics are off. Don just came back in, so we're going to turn the mics back on back here in just a second. Thanks everyone for watching with us on this signing day, a very exciting day for the Carolina program. I'll bring back in Ross and Don. I'm going to bring you guys' mics back on.
All right. Fresh cup of brew here. The Don coffee. How do you like your coffee, Don?
With lots of creamer.
What a line. All right. Yep. So we got both defensive backs in. Let's go recap that question to Don about Zach Rice. We had a question about if Zach Rice can move inside to guard.
Yeah.
Do you think he stays at left tackle?
I think he could definitely play guard.
But where do you think UNC plays him?
I think right tackle actually, but I really could see him at any position really. He doesn't have any experience with center, so probably not center, but in the other positions. But I think it would not shock me if he ends up playing guard.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially
that's not how I answered it.
Especially if and I have no idea how he answered it, but especially if
that's not how I answered it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I said I didn't hear how you answered it.
I thought okay.
But yeah, so I especially early on, maybe if we talked about a bunch of just whether he can play early, and I've mentioned that offensive lineman out of all positions is the least likely position to play as a true freshman. He's a top ranked offensive tackle, so he could buck that trend for sure. But a good way to get him on the field as a true freshman is to get him in at offensive guard, just because you can protect him a little bit easier at guard as opposed to out there at tackle.
I thought that just because of his athleticism and being he's the number one left tackle, number one ranked offensive tackle, he'd play at left tackle.
Yeah, but, I think that's the plan. And then, but once you get on campus, so many other variables come into play.
Yeah, I remember, Caden Baker is set to kind of emerge, I think, as a tackle next year. You have Jordan Tucker going pro. Awesome Richards is returning at left tackle. Mm-hmm. So I think offensive line is going to be super interesting next season, especially with the idea that they're
where are the holes?
They got to find a center.
Okay.
Because Corian Johnson, in my opinion, Brian Anderson, they were hurt the whole year. They didn't get it done. There's a good chance both come back, so we'll have some depth there. They need to add another player at center. They're going to lose Jordan Tucker for sure. He confirmed that on Monday. We'll find out soon, I think, or maybe not soon, maybe after the bowl game, if Joshua Zudu leaves. And then Marcus McKeithen, too, could leave. They could all come back. Mm-hmm. There's a good chance UNC loses at least 3 offensive linemen. So they'll have to fill at least a tackle and probably a guard spot, and then maybe get a commitment in the transfer portal from a center, and they add 3 offensive linemen in this class. Producer John, question.
Money Mark on YouTube actually wanted to ask that exact question. Is UNC looking to the portal for help at center? So kind of to speak to Ross's question and to Money Mark's question. Don, what do you think?
Was Money Mark? Money Mark needs to read the Weekly Scoop. We
Subscribe to Inside Carolina.
Yes, please read the Weekly Scoop. If you're a big follower of recruiting, if there's one story if you only could read one story a week, read that, because it covers everything. I tried to every Tuesday morning. I tried to basically unload my notebook. Even a little tidbit that in the past before the Weekly Scoop I didn't have a place for. I throw it in the extra scoops. But we mentioned the fact that Corey Gaynor, he is a transfer center from Miami. I think he would have been like a 3-year starter if not for an injury. He officially visited this past weekend. North Carolina is believed to be the only school to have him on campus, and he's supposed to make a decision so that he can enroll in January at whatever school it may be. UNC is a really good spot. I had a source tell me of the 3 transfers who visited over the weekend, he is the most likely to choose North Carolina.
Corey Gaynor.
Yes.
Yeah. They definitely need center help. I mean, that was the issue, one of the big issues with the offensive line. Sam Howell's been running for his life for 3 years back there at quarterback. Sacked 115 times, I think. I looked that up recently for an article. And especially with a new quarterback with either Drake May or Jacoby Criswell, UNC needs offensive line help. I always think they should oversign an offensive line because some of the
How
guys.
many times have you been sacked?
I haven't played the game. Never played the game. Only in my backyard. Producer John, question.
We're going to do some rapid fire questions here because we got a lot. So I want some quick answers. I'm going to rapid fire you all. Okay, so the first question, this is from Prez Guy on YouTube. He says, can we get an update as to why Ross thinks it is acceptable to wear his shoes on the couch?
Shoes are not touching the couch. The sole of the shoe is off. Come on.
Next question, this is another rapid fire one. Fire Lamont asks, Ross, the mustache, where can we see that? Is the mustache coming back?
Is that a November thing for you?
I did not do it this November.
Did you?
Did every once in a while. I did it during COVID for a while. And I do it every November. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like it's just goofing around. I got to grow up.
You can say that about a lot of things you
Yeah,
do.
that's right.
Next question, this is actually for Don. Mark asks, what signing ceremonies are there today that IC will cover, Inside Carolina will cover?
Bring Travis Shaw, Zach Rice, Bo Atkinson, and Amarian Hampton. Those are the 4.
We have interns and reporters at all 4 of those. We have a photographer at 2 of those, and a videographer at 1 of those.
Yeah.
So stay tuned for those articles either this afternoon, this evening, and into tomorrow. We're covering, same again, Travis Shaw, Amarian Hampton, Bo Atkinson, and Andre Green.
No.
Where's Gregory going?
Greg's going to Zach Rice.
Zach Rice. So we're covering the 2 biggest ones and then the 2 kind of most local ones.
Yes.
Next question, this is from Maurice on YouTube. He says, what are y'all's expectations for Keyshawn Silver heading into next year? I think Big Country can make some noise on that D-line.
So I'm going to mostly hand it off to Ross. But before, I just want to point out, he's a great example of a highly ranked guy who I think he only played 1 game this past season. He was a 5-star guy. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying the same thing is going to happen with Travis Shaw and with Zach Rice, but just because you have a ton of talent doesn't mean you're ready to see the field. And Keyshawn Silver, I'm assuming he's super talented. I mean, his size, his athleticism for that size is unbelievable. So I'm assuming that he just wasn't either physically or mentally ready to see the field on a consistent basis. Your thoughts on Keyshawn?
Yeah, so entering the season, the thought was always that Jahvaree Ritzie would play more than Keyshawn Silver. Jahvaree Ritzie was more ready, whether that be physically or kind of understanding the game. And it was going to take a little longer for Keyshawn Silver to get there. They've been high on Keyshawn Silver. It takes longer, especially for these big positions, for the physicality to catch up. And I think Keyshawn Silver didn't play as a senior. A lot of these guys didn't play as a senior.
And Keyshawn actually mentioned, I think during one of our podcast interviews with him, that he felt like he was getting a little out of shape because he wasn't able to do a whole lot during the pandemic.
And you got to trust the strength and conditioning staff, and they're going to need him. I mean, man, imagine him and Travis Shaw alongside each other on the defensive line in the next 2 years. And it's a great example of why you hear this all the time. Like, where's William Barnes? Where's all these 4 and 5-star guys? Why aren't they playing? Football is different. It's not like basketball. You can hop in and a 5-star player immediately starts and stars. The physicality of college football, there's a huge leap from high school to college. It takes a little longer for some of these players to get stronger, get bigger, and adjust to the speed and physicality of the college game. That's why you have some of these 4 and 5 stars. It takes 2 years. You saw it with Desmond Evans. You've seen it with so many different players, and it happens all across, not just Carolina. Every school. You have Alabama 5 stars who don't play until they're junior or senior, just because there's players ahead of them that are physically more mature. Think about when you were in college, if you went to college. You are so much different as a person at age 18 than you are. The difference between a college freshman at 18 and a college senior is drastically because of the development, not to get into the physicality and puberty and stuff like that, but guys hit puberty later in life and are still growing into college, and we'll hit another growth spurt and we'll get bigger as they turn 19, 20, 21. That's a little health lesson there, a little middle school health lesson there from the Raw Dog.
In addition to all that, and this kind of plays a role, but these linemen have been going up against guys who are half their size.
Yeah.
And just been beating the crap out of them. And then now they have to go up against guys their same size who are just as strong, if not stronger. So there is that adjustment period.
Yeah, for sure. John, I saw a question here from Mr. Conley. Are you going to ask that?
Go for
it. Mr. Conley asked, with the Lane Kiffin comment, how do you foresee the NIL factoring into determining the outcome in recruiting versus kids' dream schools? This was interesting. I saw this comment. I don't know when he said this because I don't know what press conference it was. But basically, Lane Kiffin was like, man, it is wide open. You can essentially, it's free agency. It's free agency for transfers and for recruits. In college football, you can essentially pay a player with NIL to come to your school, whether that be through the transfer portal or through recruiting. It's completely changed the game of how players are recruited, and I also think in the transfer portal. So Mr. Conley asks, with the Lane Kiffin comment, how do you foresee the NIL factoring into determining the outcome in recruiting versus kids' dream schools?
Yeah, this is
a multi-layered question.
Yeah, this is a great question, and I feel like we can...
Hang on.
Oh.
We have a commitment. We have a signee. We'll talk about this question later. It's a good discussion question. We have a national letter of intent in. Turn the siren on.
Just make sure you put the siren. He already has it, but because it's delayed. See, because look, the siren's not even on yet. Now it's on.
2022 offensive lineman Justin Kanyuk has signed with UNC from Bethlehem Catholic High School in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. He is ranked outside the top 1,074 in the nation, the number 100 offensive tackle, and the number 21 ranked player in Pennsylvania, 6'5", 290. Justin Kanyuk is the lowest ranked player in this class, but Don is high on what he can become at UNC. One of the 3 offensive linemen UNC will sign. Don, go through his recruitment as we turn these sirens off.
Yes, he was a guy who was really unable to get a whole lot of traction during the pandemic for whatever reason. I'm sure a lot of it had to do with wanting to verify his size and that sort of thing, which now it seems crazy, but there was a point where college coaches for over a year, could not see a kid in person. Could only see them on film or in a Zoom. So anyway, so he took advantage of the individual workouts that were permitted this June only. Maybe they extend it, but basically, it for guys who maybe couldn't make it to a camp at a particular school, they could go on an official visit and then work out for that staff. And so he did a bunch, and he ended up getting scholarship from doing just these. He ended up getting a scholarship from North Carolina, Liberty, Maryland, and UVA. And then also Penn State was really interested, and so was Florida. But those 2 schools never offered. Towards the end of June, North Carolina felt like, okay, we want to get this kid in the boat, and invited him to officially visit. He officially visited that final weekend of June and committed before he left.
Yeah, and it's a player they scouted, they liked, not a high-ranked player, but sometimes classes are built with these 3 stars, diamonds in the rough, players that have that size that can grow into potential. And that's what Justin Kanyuk says. Let's get an official pronunciation of his name from Don.
I think it's. I don't feel comfortable with the way I say it. I think it's Kanyuk.
Okay.
I think
Kanyuk.
Kanyuk. I think, but I could be wrong. This
is your job.
Usually, what I try to do is I try to practice it with the kid, and he was great. And the last time I spoke with him, I didn't even think about it. But yes, I dropped the ball there. Complete fumble on my behalf.
Okay, Justin Kanyuk signs with UNC.
I wonder if UNC has a pronunciation.
Let's see if Mac Brown has said anything on him. Here we go. Right as I said that, the Mac Brown tweet. Great addition to our offensive line room with Justin Kanyuk. Love his toughness, work ethic, leadership as a team captain. Welcome to Chapel Hill, Justin. I might tweet at Mac Brown and say, can we get a pronunciation guide?
They don't have it on the website right now.
Okay, Don.
Do you want to go back to that question?
No. I want to ask about him as a player, physicality.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's a big kid, obviously, moves really well. I think the most interesting thing.
Let me get his size real quick. 6'5", 290.
Yeah.
So good interior size.
Yes, and he's broad. You know what I mean? He's not like, I mean, he's a girthy.
God. 8'54", got girth in there.
The most interesting thing to me, which I think you will love or enjoy, is that he mentioned during our most recent conversation, which was a couple weeks ago, that Coach Sherrill's talking to him about playing some center.
Mm-hmm.
In his final high school game, he did play some center. You can kind of see the film that's out there. So he has some high school experience. It's not his primary position. He says that he's always been the backup center on his high school team, so he's practiced the position a lot. But so obviously, I talked about offensive lineman. Out of all positions, is the least likely to see the field as a true freshman. So he's not going to be expected to contribute next season, and so it's going to give him time to develop and better understand and play the position of center.
Center has plagued UNC, I think, for so many years because of just different issues with different players at center that have ended up transferring or medically redshirted. They can't find, and Brian Anderson's been, pretty steady for the last 2 or 3 years. He's injured this year, but you need as many players as you can who can snap the ball and play that spot just in case stuff happens. Because it's a big position. It's the leader of the offensive line. They touch the ball on every play. They call out a lot of the blocking personnel. They hold the line together. So getting, I think Adorno can snap the ball. They use Caden Baker as a center this year. Quarion Johnson, Brian Anderson, and Justin Kanyuk now. So you need at least a center, I think, in every other class. Is that kind of what you would say?
Well, I think you would like to do that. The problem is that there are just not enough center prospects in high school. Because what happens is that at every high school, you can talk to any high school coach, they're putting, depending on their offense, they're putting their best offensive lineman at tackle or guard, not at center. So typically their centers don't have the size requirements to play the position on the college level. So what's happening is, there are exceptions. Tommy Hatton, your boy, who tried to kill you.
Jeez, chill.
But the vast majority of centers are converted guys who play a different position in high school. So that's the situation. So UNC can't really recruit, and most schools are like this.
Okay, so now we have 3 in. Let's go through them. Will Hardy, Marcus Allen, Justin Kanyuk. Let's go back to our question about NIL.
Quick live TV moment. Roth or Don, can you switch your mic to your right shoulder and make sure it's kind of poking out?
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you.
Make sure it's poking out.
Live TV.
Yeah.
Well, keep on talking.
Let's go back to our NIL question
Yes.
From Mr. Conley. And I'm going to get some bow rounds.
Okay.
So you go ahead.
Oh.
This is about NIL, the
Yeah,
impact of NIL now with
Yeah, yeah.
free agency in college football, as recruiting, as transfers. NIL changes the game and the movement. You can transfer anywhere and immediately start playing.
So, yeah, I mean, it's, like you said, I mean, it's a wild, wild west. I mean, really, guys who are signing today, they could tomorrow decide that they want to transfer to whatever school. So how binding is this letter of intent that they're signing? You might want to turn his, why don't you just turn his mic off?
It's hard to do.
Oh, okay.
Do it.
All right, anyway. So, yeah, I mean, how it's going to affect things, I mean, I guess, I mean, it's just going to make it this Wild West. I mean, we saw a little bit of it this season. I think it's only going to get worse with guys just leaving, transferring out during the season. You're going to see players make knee-jerk decisions when they probably should think things through. And it's, I don't know, I can't see how it can have a great effect on the game and the roster management. There's going to have to be some changes because, it's difficult for schools to have a full healthy roster when so many guys are transferring out at any moment. So there's a lot of things that to expect. I mean, and the problem. Well, go ahead, Ross.
I have a question.
Okay.
Do you think the transfer portal is the freedom with which they can transfer so easily is good for college football?
For college football or for the players?
For college football.
I don't think it's good for college
I'm not
football.
sure it's good for players.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. A regular student can transfer at will without any problem.
Yeah.
So I think it's good that the players have that freedom. But as far as putting a quality product on the field, these coaches having enough players, I mean, you're getting in situations where a couple of injuries could really put a team in a bad situation because you're not going to have the depth that you need.
Well, I think college football players can transfer at will, just like regular students. They should sit out a year. Previously, they had to sit out a year.
Yeah.
They don't have to do that anymore.
But that would, and the whole goal of that was to be a deterrent, and that was a deterrent. So you had to truly think about it. Okay, do I want to make this transfer?
Yeah.
But and it also kind of, I guess, tapered down on any sort of tampering. But the thing now, that's a big thing now that hasn't really been talked about. We got the grapes coming out. The big thing now is there's a whole lot of tampering going on.
And with transfers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before guys, there are a ton of guys who are being recruited before they're in the portal, and it's really bad. And I think it's only going to get worse.
We're back.
And I don't know what the solution is. The problem as a whole is that regardless of what you want to say, this is a pro sport. You might not pay the players, but it's a pro sport. It makes a lot of money. And you're trying to take that pro sport and stick it into a scholastic model, and it just doesn't work because no matter what changes we make, it's going to create all these other problems, and that's what we're seeing.
I think the NIL didn't have as much of an effect as I think a lot of people expected. I think the high-end players capitalized on it, but you didn't see it change. It hasn't changed the game as much. Now I think some big-name recruits, you saw that Quinn Ewers, him moving because of the NIL stuff. I think there are some differences, but NIL hasn't had as an effect on college football and basketball as we expected, whereas transfer portal definitely has in terms of the availability of players to leave very, very quickly. Do you have any more questions? We have 438 people watching. Let's try to get that to 500.
I've got a quick trivia question for everyone. This is for both the chat pod on YouTube and for YouTube. I want to see if you can get this. Can you name the 4 UNC football players that have finished in the top 10 of Heisman voting? You don't have to answer now. You can noodle on it for a little bit. I'll put it in the chat pod as well.
Say it again.
The 4 UNC football players ever to have finished in the top 10 of Heisman voting?
I know 2 of them. Okay. Here we are inside Carolina.
I know only 2 of them.
I think I know 3 of them.
Do you?
I think so.
You said top 4, right?
Inside Carolina.
4 players in the top 10. So basically, the 4 players to finish ranked in the Heisman votes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I have all 5 of them. All 4 of them.
We'll come back to that later in the show.
Okay. You're watching the Inside Carolina live National Signing Day show. Make sure to check out Inside Carolina. We just posted an article with Don's quotes from a podcast recently, expert analysis. We're also updating the Meet UNC Signing Day article. Each time a player commits, we're adding to that article a capsule on the player, which breaks down their recruitment. Hang on, I think I clicked the wrong article. Breaks down the recruitment, and what else do we give on that one, Donnie? Gives their bio, lead recruiter, and evaluation, all from Don. No coaches quotes this year.
I think we add coaches' quotes once we get them.
From the high school coaches?
Oh, no. We can that.
Okay. All right, we're waiting
High
for...
school coaches aren't as easy to get a hold of as people think.
Yeah, we're waiting for our next signee here on the Inside Carolina Postgame Live show.
Yeah,
Ask questions, guys. That helps guide the conversations.
We got some questions, John?
Yeah, I'll fire up the next question here. This question is from Jamil Green. He asks, how likely do you think it is that Coach Jay Bateman will change his defense to a 4-3 to get his best players on the field? Maybe that's more of a question for Ross. What can UNC do to get more of their elite defensive linemen on the field at the same time? Because this is going to become a strength for this Carolina program very quickly with all these great kids they're signing.
I don't think he's going to change what he can do, but all these things are flexible. He wants the 3 biggest players there on the defensive line, and I think in recent years he hasn't had he hasn't had 3 big time defensive linemen who can play. So he's had to play Tamon Fox there, Desmond Evans there, but he likes to have 3 big players. So I think once you get these big boys in, Travis Shaw, there's our boy Steve Wilfong, Travis Shaw, Keyshawn Silver, Jahvari Ritzie, you'll be able to put 3 players on the field and then have the 2 defensive end edge rushers kind of on the end, stand-up linebackers. But I don't think Jimmy's going to change his system. He runs a 3-4, but like all these defensive systems, they're very flexible.
Yeah.
And they change and mold depending on what the offense is doing and depending on how they're going to approach it. But, I mean, Jay Bateman runs his system, and he recruits that system, and I think he will begin to have the big lineman he needs to run it. I think next year you'll see Miles Murphy, Tamari Fox, who didn't play as much as I think many expected this year, Jahvari Ritzie, and you add in Travis Shaw, Keyshawn Silver, KJ Hester, Kedrick Bingley Jones. I think those are the guys to know. And Reva Hasek could come back, but he's announced that he's likely leaving. Those would be the names. And you have Desmond Evans on the edge. You have Kamen Rucker on the edge. And I think that's how it's going to go. I mean, I like it. You're right. He's only played like 2 at a time, it seems, 2, hand in the dirt defensive linemen.
I've got another question here. This is from Big Bodies on YouTube. He's asked this a few times, so thanks for asking this one. It's a good one. This is a question for Don. What are your thoughts on Karan Prunty? Specifically, what have you heard about him, in terms of an off-the-field guy? It's one of the transfers who you mentioned in a most recent Weekly Scoop, I believe.
So
Give a bio on Karan Prunty first.
You want to give the bio, or do you?
You can get a bio.
So he was a 3-star guy coming out of high school, signed with Kansas as a true freshman. I think it's important to point out he was a 24/7 Sports All-American. I don't think he got All-American anywhere else. which is still a big accomplishment. I mean, his numbers were pretty good at Kansas, what he put up as far as deflections. I think he only had one interception, but I think he led the conference in pass deflections. Now this was the 2020 season. After that season, he decided to transfer, picked South Carolina, and then after that, it's just a matter of who you kind of believe. There's some talk of the fact that he was unable to crack the starting lineup, so he decided to leave. Some people have refuted that. It's been quite a divisive conversation on the message boards.
About what?
About just, who this guy is, what he's about, what happened at South Carolina, who should you believe, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah. And what was the initial question? Just evaluating him? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think, from what I've seen, a long player, a long DB, what we talked about, does a really good job with his timing and getting his hand in there without drawing pass interference. As far as off the field, I mean, from what I've been told, he's a quiet kid who is not quick to trust people. And, it's just so hard because I have never spoken to him myself. So I'm relying on what a lot of other people are telling me and what I've read. So, I know he's a guy that North Carolina's highly interested in.
UNC needs, they want to get another cornerback in because Kyle McMichael transferred, or is leaving. Sorry, he's leaving.
Well, he's transferring too, right?
No, he's not transferring. We reported that wrong initially.
Oh, okay.
He is preparing for the NFL.
Gotcha.
He's leaving UNC. DeAndre Hollins was injured. I think he tore his ACL, had a lower body injury. And they've always had a lot of injuries at cornerbacks. They just need another body in there. Because right now it's really Tony Grimes, Storm Duck, who was injured most of last season, and the guys who haven't played him much, Obi Igbuna, Tamir Brown, and the guy from last class, Dante Balfour. So they just need another body in there, and that is why they're going after a quarterback in the transfer portal. Prunty, one of the main guys there. John.
This is another YouTube question. This one is from 77 Music Nut.
John, let me hold you.
Oh, we have a new guy.
We'll get back to that question.
Okay.
Keep the questions coming. Another national letter of intent in. This is a big one, boys. Malachi Hamrick has signed with UNC, the 6'4", 205-pound edge rusher from Shelby, North Carolina. Malachi Hamrick is ranked, if he's a 4-star, he's ranked 196 in the nation, number 15 edge rusher, and number 4 player in the state of North Carolina. One of the best players in North Carolina that UNC targeted and got. And he is an edge rusher, which is kind of a new position that 24/7 Sports has designated. It's that kind of stand-up linebacker, defensive end hybrid. I can go a bunch of different ways, but usually long players that can be on the edge and rush the passer. Malachi Hamrick. Don, and this is UNC's 4th signee. Don, quickly on Hamrick's his recruitment. How'd it go? How'd he end up committing and end up signing with UNC?
Yes, I have to actually look at my notes because so long ago. But basically, this came down to he operated all within the COVID pandemic. He did take some visits prior to the pandemic, mostly to North Carolina, but he also visited Virginia Tech, I think Appalachian State, where his former high school coach is now on the recruiting staff. And during the pandemic, I think he might have. Actually, I don't think he ended up making it anyway. I think he tried to make it some places. He ultimately came down to North Carolina and Ohio State, and the location, and just his entire family are UNC fans, end up winning out, and he committed to North Carolina pretty early on in the process. It wasn't, I think he might have been like the 4th guy to commit.
And you were really high on Malachi Hamrick. He helped his team, Shelby Golden Lions, win a state championship this past weekend in the 2A. Let me pull up his stats, we were looking at last night, some of his
Pretty
stats.
nasty stats.
Yeah, let me pull them up here. Yeah. 15 games, 135 tackles, 41 tackles for a loss, and 20 sacks. He's an athletic, freakish player. Not super big, but long.
Yeah.
What type of player is this? I know you're really high on him and what he can be at UNC.
super explosive. His forte is his pass rushing ability, while that explosiveness actually plays a big role in that. But Long does a good job of using his hands to kind of keep blockers off of him. But really, he just overpowers people with his explosiveness. I mean, before you look, he had 1 sack in the state championship game because they played against a run-first team. But on that play, the offensive line just never saw him. He just got into his gap and just chased down the quarterback for a beautiful sack. So that's the main thing with him. But he's also, particularly this season, they moved him. So he's usually played on the edge for Shelby, but this season they played him at linebacker, which in their defense has traditionally been where they put their best defensive player. That's where Dax Holyfield, who I saw over the weekend, played. Jack Holyfield, both those guys are at Virginia Tech, and some other of the better players to come out of Shelby played that position. He played that, and he turned into more of a defensive weapon, which I think bodes well for his UNC career because Bateman likes to move guys around, do different things with them, and I think he fits that perfectly.
And Malachi Hamrick took his official visit to UNC right after winning the state championship game.
Yes.
And another in-state player. Like we've mentioned, this class is not built on a lot of in-state players. UNC is signing 4 from the state. But Malachi Hamrick is one they hand-selected, hand-picked, along with Travis Shaw, Bo Atkinson, and Amarion Hampton. They have 4 of the top 6. The only one they didn't get was Jalen Walker, who committed to Georgia. Guys like Shalik Knotts, Dakota Twitty, Michael Allen, those are guys they did not pursue. Wesley Grimes, not pursued until late. Xavier Simmons, what happened with Xavier Simmons?
He
committed to Missouri.
Yeah, he was, but didn't he switch to? No, he committed to Virginia Tech, then switched to Missouri. Yes.
Did UNC pursue him?
They did.
Okay. So yeah. So like that, Malachi Hamrick, one of the.
Well, but UNC backed off.
There you go. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha. I didn't know where you're going with it, but yeah.
UNC, Malachi Hamrick, one of the top players in the state. UNC lands. He becomes UNC's 4th signee. We're now at 4 signees at 9:15. We've been live since 7:30. We're getting into the dog days of the live stream here. And
do we need more coffee?
Probably need to make some at some point. Let's get back to that question we're answering since we welcomed in Malachi Hamrick. What was that question that Don you were about to ask, I think? Yeah.
It was actually pretty similar. It was about Shaq Knotts. I forget exactly how to pronounce his name, but Shaquille Knotts, maybe.
Yeah, I think I saw the question.
What was it? Ask the question.
It was just, did UNC pursue him?
Got it.
Yeah, so UNC pursued him, and there were some academic issues there that needed to be worked out. But really, UNC, and this is kind of, we talked about the Clemson sort of philosophy, this is kind of taken from Dabo, is you go all in on guys. And that's what they did with Travis Shaw. Santana Hopper, who ended up at Appalachian State, unbelievable player. But they wanted Travis Shaw. They stopped recruiting Hopper and any defensive tackle. Same thing with Andre Green. They stopped recruiting guys like Shalik Knotts so that they can go all in on Andre Green. They've done it with a couple of other guys also. And so that probably played the biggest role, but Shalik had some academics that he needed to work out. But he's an unbelievable talent.
I've got another question. This one is from Stephen Jones. He asked, Don, can you compare Malachi to Bryson Jennings, another one of UNC's commits for this class?
So Bryson is much more of a true 4-3 defensive lineman, probably on a strong side, because he's probably more of a run stopper than an edge rusher, whereas Malachi is a pure pass rush specialist, much more explosive. Both are super long, obviously, 1.64, the other 1.66. And I think that Malachi plays more, has a lot of energy when he's playing, whereas Bryson is more understands the game, has a feel for the game sort of thing.
We have the tweet from Mac Brown on Malachi Hamrick. Let's read it live here. Tweeted less than a minute ago. Mac Brown says, excited to add this defensive menace to our team. Malachi Hamrick is a winner who plays his best in the biggest games. Welcome to the family, Malachi.
All right, so let me ask you that question again. Do you think that he sends his tweets out?
I don't know. Let us know if you think Mac is tweeting these out or if someone else is.
I have another challenge for the YouTube chat pod as well.
Do you want to give your answer now?
Oh yes, I have the answer to the trivia question first.
Ross, you thought you had it?
I think I have it.
Go ahead, Ross. Let's see if Ross can get it.
Dre Bly.
No.
Okay. Julius Peppers. Charlie Choo Choo Justice.
Uh-huh.
Lawrence Taylor. Okay.
Mitch Trubisky?
No.
Really?
Here's the 4 names that I have. I have 1948 and 1949 was Charlie Justice. 1970, Don McCauley. 1978, Mike Voigt, who finished 8th. And then in 2001, Julius Peppers finished 10th.
Surprised Lawrence Taylor there. His final season was incredible.
Who?
Lawrence Taylor.
Oh, yeah.
And Dre Bly's freshman season. But back then, they didn't really give him the freshman.
Yeah, that was like a big no-no.
I also have a challenge. I want everyone on YouTube, let us know where you're watching from. It's always fun to see the geographic span of where people are watching. So
why don't you, where you're from and where you're at? Like, are you at work? Are you at home? Are you at lunch? What are you doing? You don't think that would be?
It's fine. That's going to be 2 answers. Home or at work.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is cool to see where different people are watching from. Let's check it. 441. I'd love to get to 500. We got Will Summerall from Fuquay. That's very close.
That is like right down the road.
I drove to Bojangles near Fuquay.
We got to get Will to come. You went to one in Fuquay?
No, I think Apex. But
Okay.
I just thought
We got to get Will to come on in to the Man Tower.
Easy. Can't have strangers coming in here.
That's true. We don't want you to get
Stray dogs.
get you. He might rape you,
Is he?
Ross.
friend of the program.
You know him?
No. Just saying chat.
I'll read some of these. Roswell, Georgia. I think UNC has a player from Roswell.
Yes. Well, Hopper, but he's
Someone else.
Jordan
That's
Tucker.
what I saw recently.
Jordan
Jordan
Tucker.
Tucker, yeah.
Elijah
Yeah.
Green. Yeah.
Rocky Mount, Wilson, North Carolina, Raleigh, North Carolina, RVA, I believe that's Richmond, Dayton, Ohio. My mom was born there. Dayton, Ohio, Winchester, Virginia, Cedar City, Utah, near Zion's National Park. I want to do a big Zion's trip here soon, a big national park trip. St. Paul's, North Carolina. You might know where that is?
Yeah, it's near Fayetteville, I think.
Man, I've never heard of that. Four Oaks, North Carolina. You know where that is?
Okay. I was told by my advisor not to make comments about being raped.
Chill.
Go ahead.
When did you even say that?
Just keep on
Oh
reading.
my gosh, why would you even say that? Chapel Hill, Lenore, Ashboro, Charleston, Cleveland. I wonder if that's Cleveland, Ohio, or Cleveland, Tennessee. Carson, California. Man, so he's early morning. Eric Russ, shout out, watching on the West Coast. Daniel Surratt, he's working, quotations from home. Carey, Niceville, Florida. Durham, North Carolina. Albemarle, North Carolina. Rochester, New York. Louisville, North Carolina. Unionville, North Carolina. Chantilly, Virginia. That name sounds familiar too. Washington D.C., Sterling, Virginia.
Chantilly is where Sante.
Sante.
Yeah, Eugene
transferred.
Sante. Yeah. That's why you recognize it.
Yeah. Lillington, North Carolina. Greensboro, shout out. Germany.
No way.
Germany.
Ahmad Spittle is in Germany.
Where do you see that at?
Let's roll in here. Durham. Here's the list of players from Roswell. Here's the list of players from Roswell. Copenhaver,
Yes.
Zimmerman, Tucker,
yeah,
and Hopper.
Forgot with them.
Monroe, North Carolina. Gilbert, Arizona. I think that guy's a scoop listener. Gilbert, Arizona.
Yeah.
South Iredell High School, Hampton. I'm just going through these. Sorry.
Do you think Gert is in here?
No. Delaware, D.C., Belmont, Four Oaks, We have a guy watching on I-95 in South Carolina. He's a truck driver.
That seems unsafe.
Shout out KG. Greer, South Carolina, Hillsborough, Pink Hill, Boulder, Colorado, but he's from Cary. Lexington, North Carolina. Driving to Virginia.
Whoa, we got Booger Hole, West Virginia.
Who said that?
Just keep on going down. You see it.
Tommy Ashley. He's watching via binoculars outside Don's window. Producer John found that very funny. Midlothian, Virginia. Who's from Midlothian? Pay attention.
I'm trying to think.
Kenny Williams.
Well, what's his name? Bryson Jennings is.
There you go. I think someone else.
Yeah.
Tyler Powell.
Tyler Powell was from, yeah.
Jimmy. Remember he called himself Jimmy? Pineville, Booger Hole, West Virginia, Spartanville, Bethel, North Carolina, Huntsville, Lexington, Hicksville, Chantilly. All right, they're rolling in. Syracuse. Oh, yeah, Kenny Williams is from Midlothian. There you go.
Ethan West.
Bryson Jennings, yeah. You remember these names, you forget where they're from. Tampa Bay, Florida.
God, we got people all over.
All right, I got some questions here, Don. I'm going to ask a question to John here. Drake, May, or Criswell if Sam leaves? Who is your starting quarterback next year? That question is from JW.
I think it's a really interesting question. I think that for me, if I'm kind of the decision maker of the program, I'm going with Drake May. I think he has a higher ceiling. I think he can make all the throws. I was really impressed with what I saw out of him in some of his late season action. This is a guy who Alabama wanted him. Nick Saban wanted him as the quarterback. So I think that Drake has a lot of potential. So I would be putting him in a starting position. Colby's a really good player, though, too. They're kind of two different styles of players. And I think that for what Phil Longo wants to do with his offense, I think Drake May can make every single throw, and he can kind of lead UNC's offense to where it needs to be. What do you guys think in terms of next year's starting quarterback?
On YouTube, if you think Drake or Jacoby next year, it's a tough question, and it's a big question because it really sets your quarterback for the next 3 or 4 years. And you got to realize, guys, Sam Howell is a once in a 10 to 20 year quarterback. I mean, UNC's gotten lucky with Marquise Williams, Mitch Trubisky, and then Sam Howell, and they kind of paid the price with that little gap there, which unfortunately got Larry Fedora fired when they didn't have a quarterback. But they've done pretty well over the last 5-6 years with Sam Howell. But the next decision is big. Drake, May, or Jacoby Criswell. Get it in the comments. This is big because whoever you don't pick, the other guy might transfer.
Yes, so I think it's how you handle it.
Yeah, and you got the in-state guy with Drake May. You got the legacy. His brother played basketball here. His dad played quarterback here. He's a Charlotte kid, which is good for recruiting. But Jacoby's been here for 2 years now. He's been here longer. I know that Phil Longo likes the accuracy and the arm of Jacoby, but like John says, Drake May, big-time recruit, higher-ranked recruit. Alabama wanted him. He has that more of a pocket presence. You scouted both quarterbacks. Tell us what you like about each one and where you would lean if you were Phil Longo.
Well, I mean, I love Jacoby's deep ball. This is a beautiful pass. With Drake, I love his he has that air about him. He just, as soon as he steps up, under center, he just is this calming influence, and it kind of breathes confidence into all the players around him. He's really good at dissecting defenses and kind of picking them apart. I think really you have to approach this in a way that you don't lose one of them to the transfer portal, which is really difficult to do. I think that he knows these personalities a lot better. He knows their mindsets a lot better. He knows their parents a lot better than I do. But I would assume that you kind of almost have to start the season with Jacoby, just because I think he's probably the more likely to transfer because he's older and he's out of state. And then you kind of balance the two quarterbacks. You give some time to Drake May. There has been a couple of teams who have done, Blake Anderson at Utah State, he played two quarterbacks. There's another team I can't remember that played two quarterbacks. So And Drake and Blake Anderson had a great year. I think they won their conference. So it can be done successfully. Typically, it doesn't end well. But I mean, if one of those guys ends up transferring, and the one who stays gets injured, then it puts you in a really bad spot.
Yeah, it's dicey. Your strategy didn't see that coming. Basically, you're creating a in-season quarterback controversy. Don't you think you got to go with one and stick with one?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think in a perfect world, you go with your best option. But I think you really have to try to keep both of them on roster.
Yeah. Yeah, in this day and age, these guys want to play.
Yeah.
And they don't want to be a backup. And if Jacoby stays, it's another season of eligibility he doesn't have. So it will be interesting. I mean, this will be a quarterback it might be a situation where they don't name it until August, which keeps them on the roster, whoever doesn't get picked through the season. And maybe after the season someone transfers. We'll see. John, do you have a comment or a question?
I think another interesting element for this is the fact that Sam Howell is playing in the bowl game. Because I think a lot of people are expecting that Drake and Colby were going to get sort of a tryout in that game. So Ross and Don, what do you think about that? Obviously, you want Sam Howell to play and to finish out strongly, but how does not having the opportunity to see what the young guys can do in the bowl game, how does that change your calculus heading into the offseason?
Because I think in the bowl game you want to win it, so you don't do this 2-quarterback rotation. So this is hypothetical because Sam Howell's playing, but I like the fact that it's just going to be Sam Howell the whole way through, because if you did a 2-quarterback thing to keep both happy, dude, turn those alerts off. If you do the 2-quarterback thing, turn the alerts off. Can you turn them off?
I don't think so.
Jeez.
Go ahead.
If you do 2-quarterback rotation in the bowl game, you have less chances to win. You got 2 quarterbacks going in and out, and you have to keep both happy, because if you named Jacoby or Drake the starter, then one's probably going to transfer after the bowl game because they already know who the offensive coordinator favors. Shout out to Inside Carolina president Buck Sanders, who's been watching the stream and in the chat, watching from Little River, South Carolina. So we'll be in our best behavior here. A lot of comments about Drake and Jacoby in the YouTube comments. John.
Oh, I see him now.
Another element to the quarterback conversation for me is Sam brings a lot of value as a runner. He's run a lot, especially the last 2 seasons. But I think that with North Carolina's running back room going forward, UNC has some elite talents coming in at running back. Petaway. We talked about Hampton already this morning. So I think the next quarterback might not need to use his legs as much. I think Colby brings that, but that skill might not be needed as much, and you might need more of a true pocket passer back there that would lead you more towards someone like Drake. So I think that's another element of it. Don, I also want to talk a little bit about Connor Harrell, because people have mentioned him. This is someone who wasn't really highly recruited in terms of like being a 4 or 5 star, but he still looks like a very good quarterback from his stats. What have you seen from him?
I mean, he won back-to-back state championships. His team was absolutely loaded, though. I mean, his high school team had more 5 stars than I think North Carolina has on their college team. So, very talented high school team. He's a guy who definitely loves to throw. You just kind of throw it out there on deep balls, let his receivers run underneath of it. He has some mobility to him also. Good quarterback, solid quarterback.
Good stuff. So we're still waiting for... Oh, here we go. Turn on. Just as I said it, we have our next national letter of intent in. Alarm is on. Graphic is up. Please welcome running back Amarion Hampton to the 2022 class. And pull up his profile here. Another in-state guy following Malachi Hamrick. 2022 running back Amarion Hampton commits and signs with UNC. A 24/7 high 24/7 sports composite 4-star, 6 foot 215, ranked 142 in the nation, number 12 running back, and number 3 player in the state of North Carolina. Guys, this is a bruising running back, a big commitment, someone UNC targeted early and focused in on and got the commitment from He's from Cleveland High School in Clayton, North Carolina, just west of Raleigh. I think this guy's going to be very productive running back and a great addition to UNC's class. Don, his recruitment had a little drama, I think, before he committed, but it seemed like UNC led the whole way. He took his visits. Then he checked out Penn State, checked out Florida, going to Amarion Hampton's recruitment.
Yeah, so the crazy thing with him was that North Carolina was always a major player in his recruitment. But when it came time to schedule his official visits in June, like a lot of other kids, they try to take all their official visits in June so they can make a summer decision. The problem with the month of June this year was it only had 4 weekends and they're allotted 5 official visits. So he initially gave those 4 weekends to Florida, Auburn, Penn State, and Ohio State. What was fortunate for North Carolina is that it was able to draw him to campus between those visits. And so then when Ohio State filled up and they canceled his official visit, which was the last weekend of June, it was only natural for him to use that weekend to officially visit North Carolina. And then, am I missing something?
No, we're just communicating.
Okay. So he takes the official visit. From what we gathered, his initial decision might have been Penn State, but after kind of talking things over with his parents, North Carolina became the decision. He didn't announce that, though, until later in July.
All right, and what kind of player is he? What can he bring? This is a big, bruising, physical running back. I think he's over. Is he over 200 pounds yet? Yeah, 215. Had a great career at Clayton, at Cleveland High School in Clayton.
Yeah, I mean, you said it. He's a bruising running back. He's a guy who's going to, in high school, ran guys over to get a lot of yards. He does have a sneaky little juke in there, has finishing speed, but he's a power guy that's going to just bust through defenders.
Let me read his 24/7 Sports scouting report from our friend Clint Brewster. Thickly built running back with great lower body strength and toughness, has an elite blend of fluency and power to go along with cutting ability and suddenness. Picks up remarkable yards after contacting and run through the tacklers to get tough yards on a consistent basis. Hampton shows some patience when needed and the vision to find increased development. Shows open field instincts and the ability to absorb contact when hit. Workhorse type of running back that can carry the load. Excels on inside zone runs and downhill gap plays. Positional athletic skills and effectiveness as a pass catcher and run blocker. Enough speed to snap off long runs. Great breakdown there by Clint Brewster from 24/7 Sports. Amarion Hampton joins the class, one of 2 running backs assigned and one of 4 in-state players for UNC to commit and sign with this class. We have 5 in now.
Yeah.
Let's go through them. In order to remember it. Will Hardy, Marcus Allen, Justin Kanyuk, Malachi Hamrick, and now Amarion Hampton.
Yeah.
What we think will be a really good running back for UNC. Question.
Have we been using the side thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
You been throwing it up?
Yeah.
Keep it up there right now.
Yeah, you probably should keep it up most of the time.
I'm also going to do a quick story time. While you guys can grab a bite to eat. Your mics are muted now, so if you want to eat real quick. Okay, I actually went and I scouted Amarion Hampton. So first of all, I went to go visit him at Cleveland High School. I actually put in Clayton High School. So I show up at this high school for the 3rd round playoff game or something, and it didn't go so well because we showed up and the school was empty. So we drove. Luckily, it was only 15 minutes away. I'm sure Don has done that at least once in his life, gone to the wrong high school. But it all worked out. Hampton is a very impressive kid. First of all, what stands out about him, kind of height-wise, he's taller than everyone else on the field, even the offensive lineman. He's just a big kid. Even if he's not, taller, he seems just like a much bigger player than a lot of the kids he was playing with at the high school level. And then the second thing that stood out about Hampton was just his competitiveness. He was a kid who played both ways. He was giving it his all. It's tough to be a running back and to play both ways because you're taking a lot of hits. It's a little bit different if you're the wide receiver and you're going to switch over and play DB a little bit because, wide receiver, you're not involved in every play. You might not be blocking or getting tackled on every single play. but Hampton sort of brought it from that linebacker position, and he was also carrying the ball a lot as halfback. So super impressive player. I think North Carolina fans are going to be super excited about getting him in the program, getting him in the strength and conditioning program. I'm going to kind of set the stage here, reset the show a little bit. So it's 9:37 on the East Coast, Eastern time zone here for us in North Carolina. We have 5 commitments in.
You want to read Mac Brown's thing?
Yeah, I'll read Mac Brown's latest tweet here. Mac Brown just tweeted out about UNC's latest signee, Amarian Hampton. He says, "Thrilled that Amarian Hampton is joining our running back room. Impressive physical runner who is also an academic all-conference guy. Welcome to Chapel Hill, Amarian." So that's exciting. So like I said earlier, I'll bring up the graphic here while Don is gone as well. So there's 5 names that have come in so far. Marcus Allen, Amarian Hampton, Malachi Hamrick, Justin Canuck, and Will Hardy. We were expecting them to come in every 15 minutes, but they were coming in a little bit more randomly this morning. And yeah, just to speak to Tony's comment there, Ross and Don are muted here for a second while Don runs downstairs. We're in hour 2, I think, of the live stream. It shows we've been live now for 2 hours and 19 minutes. So Don will be back shortly here in a second. Thanks everyone for posting earlier where you were watching from. We still have a couple more of those coming in. We have a Greensboro, North Carolina, which I know Ross likes. Fun fact, Ross is from Greensboro. Which high school did you go to, Ross?
Grimsley.
Grimsley High School. Okay, Grimsley. State. Where Travis Shaw's from. State champions recently, right?
Last year.
Yeah, so that's impressive. T. Calhoun from Bristol, Virginia. So we have a bunch of people watching from all over. We're going to bring Don back on in a second. Where did Don go?
We're making more coffee.
Getting coffee. Okay, so he's going to get some coffee. He'll be back here in a second.
What is the Ross out here doing the Leonardo DiCaprio meme?
I think I'm not even sure what that is. So we're going to be live here for the next few hours. We're going to stay on at least until around lunchtime, see which other commits come in, which other letters come in. All right, I'm going to cut back my mic, and I'm going to bring back in Ross and Don. All right, so you guys are coming back on. Set the stage. How's this morning going for you two?
John. One thing, the graphic on the name, the signee graphic, the top one I can't see on mine. Isn't that weird?
I can see it.
Yeah. Okay. We're good. We're watching here on the ACC Network as Mike Elko is being interviewed by Wes Durham. Like John said, we kind of recap the show there. We're getting into it now, coffee break. I got my grapes next to me here.
Coffee's on.
What'd you say?
Coffee is on.
Coffee's on. New coaches in the ACC. Let's go through that.
Okay.
And get our thoughts, John's thoughts, my thoughts. If you have any thoughts, chime in on the YouTube chat. YouTube chat's where it's going down.
One of the guys we mentioned, that potential transfer target, that Azu kid, he just committed to South Florida.
The who?
From Clemson.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is big.
Did UNC go after him?
I think they kind of kicked the tires a little bit.
Wide receiver?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, he's super freakish. He's originally from Canada, but then he transferred down to one of the Florida prep schools or whatever, signed with Clemson. I think he played a little bit.
That guy, Chris Hummer.
And I never knew what he looked like.
Yeah, I've been talking with him today.
He looks like he's like 19.
Yeah.
Anyway,
he's a transfer expert. Okay, so there are a lot of new coaches in the ACC, particularly in the ACC Coastal. There are going to be more new coaches in the ACC Coastal than not new coaches. So Duke, Virginia Tech, Miami, and Virginia, that's 4 schools, all had new coaches.
Wow.
Let's go through them. These are teams that UNC plays every year. Let's start with the most recent, the one that they hired first. Virginia Tech hired Brent Pry from Penn State, Penn State's defensive coordinator. What do you think of that hire, Don?
I like that hire. I watched a lot of Penn State games. Their defense was the reason why they had any sort of success this season, and obviously he's a defensive coordinator. I think that a lot of these situations you got to find a good fit and give. I know that area. My wife is from that area of Virginia, so I know a lot of Virginia Tech fans, and I think a lunch pail, defense first mentality was a good direction to go with a head coach. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it wasn't a flashy hire, but it might be a culture fit. Yeah, kind of that blue collar, defensive minded. It wasn't a big name. The last coach they had was a pretty big name, coming from Memphis, Justin Fuente. It didn't work out for him. It's all about recruiting, and if he can hit on Virginia recruiting, the 757, maybe dip into places like Maryland, West Virginia, Pennsylvania. I don't know much about him. I never heard his name until he got hired. That's what they have. Okay, staying in the state of Virginia. Virginia hires Tony Elliott, the longtime offensive coordinator at Clemson. They had some interest with some other coaches. Trying to think who else they went for.
Anthony Poindexter.
Anthony Poindexter, a UVA alum. What do you think of the Tony Elliott hire? He was kind of waiting for the right job, I think.
Yeah.
He also had interest from Duke, but they got Tony Elliott at Virginia.
Yeah, so if out of all of these, if I feel like, I don't know, I just don't feel like the situation at UVA is very good, and I think the fact that Poindexter and UVA weren't a match for whatever reasons, or a lot of rumors on why that was, kind of speaks to what the situation is at UVA, and it might not matter who's there. I think in order to have success, UVA, from the situation I understand it, you need a guy like Bronco Mendenhall who's going to take underrated kids and develop them. I don't know if Tony Elliott is that guy.
Okay. And kind of another, not a huge flashy name because he's not a head coach. Last time they had Bronco Mendenhall, who had great success at BYU. This time they go with a coordinator who's had great success
and
at
Bronco
Clemson.
Did well at Virginia.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't get fired.
No.
He got he stepped down for whatever family reasons or whatever. But Tony Elliott, a very successful defensive coordinator, gets hired at Virginia. John, thoughts on those two coaches, Brent Pry and Tony Elliott, any takes from your side?
Well, one thing that I think is really interesting is how much those coaching changes were informed by what UNC did on the recruiting trail this year. UNC went into Virginia and cleaned up, and I think that they were, sort of reactive hires in some ways by Virginia and Virginia Tech to try to close back up the borders of their own state. So I think that I expect those coaches to really spend a lot of time working with the high school recruits and high school coaches in their own state to try to close up those borders, just like Mac has done in the state of North Carolina.
Yeah, recruiting is so important for these coaches. I mean, if you don't have the players, you can't win. And there's UNC has done a great job of recruiting. Mac Brown, you can't have no complaints about how Mac Brown has approached recruiting. He's all in. Some other coaches are not. I mean, you saw a Florida coach get fired just because of his recruiting down there for the Gators. Virginia Tech recruiting wasn't where it needed to be in terms of the state. So recruiting is so important, and UNC's lucky. Maybe the on-the-field product isn't there yet, but recruiting-wise, UNC's been on point. All right, let's go to the other coaching hires. Duke hires Mike Elko, Texas A&M defensive coordinator. He coached a defensive coordinator at Notre Dame and at Wake Forest. Any thoughts on that, Don?
Yeah, I mean, Duke is such a difficult job. We talked about it last night where he mentioned wanting to get the support of Durham, and you and I know. I mean, that's a tough task. I think it's just such a tough job, and no matter who has it, it's going to be difficult. What's his God? Now his name escapes me. The former coach, Cutcliffe, did such an unbelievable job there, and I think it's going to be hard to replicate.
Yeah, Duke's odd, man. There's not much fan support in the area because it's a private school. it's a great school academically, and there's a lot of things that can attract players there. It's hard to get players in there as well, just like Notre Dame, Wake Forest, and some other schools, Northwestern. You can't recruit the same type of player that a Georgia or a Tech or a like an Ole Miss or LSU can recruit. So you need a certain type of player, and then there's just there's not the fan support, and it's not a football school. There's not much history there. Cutcliffe did great at times. They won an ACC championship, won a Coastal championship. I don't think they won an ACC championship. But Mike Elko, he'll try to get done there. Definitely a football guy. Has a look. A guy eats and breathes football. Yeah, and then Miami, the last one we'll talk about here as we wait for the next national letter of intent, is Mario Cristobal.
Is it? Oh, never mind.
Which I think UNC should be most scared about is Mario Cristobal at Miami. They bring in he was a coordinator under Saban he's offensive line coach under Saban at Alabama. He has been at Oregon for the last few years, done really well there in terms of recruiting. He's from Miami, I think. He's coached at Miami before, and he comes back home. They drag along Manny Diaz and hire Mario Cristobal, who I think will kill it on the recruiting trail in South Florida, and is really going against two schools that are struggling a little bit in Florida State and Florida. And so they get some fresh blood in there with Mario Cristobal. What do you think about him, and what do you think about what he can do on the recruiting trail?
I hated how they treated Manny Diaz on the way out, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's a great hire, dangerous hire. And that's a place that is really easy to recruit to because there's so much talent in Miami. The thing is though, if you actually look, and Diaz and even the coaches before him, they didn't recruit poorly. It's just they could never get these guys to play well. I mean, from a talent standpoint, Miami's always one of the better teams talent-wise. So I think Cristobal will take Miami recruiting to another level. Mm-hmm. But he at Oregon he recruited extremely well, but was never able to win a Pac-12 championship. There was a lot of games where they lost where they shouldn't have, which has kind of been the story from Miami, losing to a lot of inferior teams. So recruiting, I mean, I don't know if it's going to be as dangerous as we think, just because UNC doesn't recruit in Florida, and then also if Diaz kind of continues the same coaching decisions that he was doing in Oregon, Miami might not be nearly the threat.
Yep. John?
Oh. We have some questions.
Oh,
we just got one? Okay. We'll come back to the questions from Michael and Tar Heel Blue later.
Okay. We have the sixth letter of intent in. Alarms are on. Graphic is up. Bryson Jennings has signed with UNC, the edge rusher from Clover Hill High School in Midlothian, Virginia. 6'6", probably the tallest player in this class.
Probably.
235.
Travion Green is 6'7", I believe.
Ranked 428 in the nation, number 31 edge rusher, number 13 player in Virginia. Don thinks this guy is super underrated. And his dad played for Virginia Tech. He is committed to UNC, signed with UNC, a big-time edge rusher, a big physical presence. Don, go into his recruitment here. Bryson Jennings signs with UNC. He is the sixth signee for the 2022 class.
So this is a great example of a kid who should not be leaving the state of Virginia going to North Carolina. He should have went to Virginia Tech, and it's a crime that the Hokies coaching staff weren't able to reel this guy in. His dad not only played at Virginia Tech, but one of his former teammates, J.C. Price, is on staff, and I believe he's being retained. But anyway, as far as his recruitment, this ultimately came down to North Carolina and Virginia Tech, and it was a battle between the legacy, the connections, and the relationships he was able to build in North Carolina. UNC did a great job, not just with Jay Bateman and with Javon DeWitt, but also Mac Brown and Sally Brown. He really connected with Sally because Sally has the architecture. Well, she had the architecture background, and that's what he wants to do. So
no, architecture.
So anyway, so that's what it ultimately came down to. He took, I think he planned on taking visits to a bunch of different places, but he only ended up taking official visits to North Carolina and Virginia Tech. And then after a few weeks of kind of just mulling over the decision, he committed to North Carolina.
And a big get, guys. You can't teach size.
You cannot.
You can't teach height. You can't teach size. Bryson Jennings signs with UNC the 6th. We are 1/3 of the way through.
Finally.
17. We're over 1/3 of the way through. 17
Well,
commitments.
and it's not exactly every 3 minutes, is it?
No, it's random.
Yeah.
It's been random. Pretty random. Bryson Jennings.
That's
Okay.
fine. We like the randomness.
You mentioned his recruitment a little bit. Let's get into his game. What do you think he brings? And I think another question to add to this, we talked about this on the Scoop podcast. Could he end up moving inside and be a 3 technique kind of interior lineman that can put on 40 more pounds and play inside a little bit?
Yes. So he definitely could. I mean, he's going to come in as an edge rusher, and but if he continues to add weight, I mean, he might be a little heavy for what Jay Bateman wants anyway at this moment. But I think he could definitely be a 4 technique for sure. But I mean, as we mentioned him a bunch before, has the size, has the athleticism, just has a natural feel for the game, particularly operating within the tackle box. Doesn't seem to get bogged down. Just kind of zeroes in on the ball carrier and finds the best pass to that ball carrier.
There you go. All right. Bryson Jennings, locked in. A player that people should be super excited about, recruited by Jay Bateman and Jovan DeWitt. And I think that's a topic of discussion we can kind of get into is UNC's coaching staff. There's a lot of things to talk about there. Any questions, John? How's the chat going?
I want to jump back real quick and just close out the Coastal coaching discussion because we got good questions from Michael and Tar Heel Blue 789. They both kind of asked which coach will have the biggest immediate impact / which one are you most concerned about? So Ross and Don, of those coaching changes we discussed, which one do you think stands out as the most scary, perhaps, from UNC's side of the field?
Do you want me to go first?
Sure.
I'm going to go Brent Pry.
Whoa.
Because we've seen what Cristobal can definitely recruit. We've seen that. But Miami is actually really easy to recruit to. That wasn't the problem of the prior staffs. They were able to get big-time recruits. Maybe not all of them. I'm sure Cristobal will recruit better than those prior guys. But, as a coach, he hasn't proven to be that difference maker. He wasn't at Oregon. He just recruited really well at Oregon. Pry, we haven't seen him as a head coach, so there's a lot of questions. But I think that is such a great fit. And I just think, UVA and Duke are just such difficult jobs with their academic requirements and their culture and all that sort of stuff. So I think it's easy to eliminate those two.
Yeah, I think it's definitely Cristobal. I mean, Brent Pry is not proven at all. At least Cristobal, I think he will recruit to a. I mean, Miami is primed to be successful. I mean, when they've had the right coach in there, they've been super successful back in the early 2000s. It's been a while. They've had some tough stretches here with coaches not getting it done. But I think Cristobal is a perfect fit. They went all into. I mean, they paid for his buyout, huge contract, got a new athletic director. So they're putting the money in that program. That's what it needs. And I think it's good for the ACC when Florida State's good, Miami's good, Clemson's good, and you need a school like Virginia Tech, UNC, NC State to be good every once in a while. For the ACC, it needs to get back to where Miami, Florida State, and Clemson are good every single year, top 15 every single year. We have Mac Brown on Bryson Jennings here. Excited to welcome Bryson Jennings to the family. A relentless presence coming off the edge who will be a great addition to our outside linebacker room. Now remember, in Jay Bateman's defense, the outside linebacker is that edge rusher spot.
Yeah.
And they have a kind of a hybrid role. They play hand in the dirt sometimes at the edge. Like a Tamon Fox, who's more of a rusher. They also can drop into coverage. You're talking about a player like, I guess a Des Evans or Kamen Rucker. who can drop into a little bit of coverage, but mostly plays on the edge as a edge rusher. I don't know how else to say it, but it's an interesting role. And we talked about Jennings potentially moving inside at some point. Right now he's going to start in the outside linebacker room and see what happens from there. Question from John, producer John.
We have, first of all, a note that we have now 500 people watching.
501.
Yes, so we've now eclipsed the record attendance of Wallace Wade this season. So congratulations to both of you. I also have a question coming in. This is actually from friend of the program, Chad. He's asking NFL comparison type players for both of UNC's running back commits. So Amarian Hampton and George Pettaway. Do we have any NFL comps for both of those guys?
Oh, man. So we were just talking about last night how my NFL viewing has really dropped the past 2 seasons. So I think with Pettaway, see, the problem is when you throw these labels on kids, then you think that I'm saying, okay, this is what he's going to be, or the level or whatever. But I think just as the mold that he's in, like an Alvin Kamara, for him. Now for Hampton, I think that's a little bit more difficult because you've seen Hampton, who's a good power back. NFL.
I don't watch him as much as you have.
I'm trying to think of a good comparison. I can't really come up with one right now.
I mean, Javonte Williams? Different.
No,
he's bigger.
No, yeah, he's bigger.
All right, moving on. What about?
All right. What about? I hate to throw these out. Maybe like the immediate pops in my mind, I guess, is like Derrick Henry in a way.
For Hampton?
Yeah. Like a bigger back, running over guys. I don't think that Hampton. See, that's the thing. That's the problem with doing these comparisons, is because I don't expect Hampton to do that on the college level. Mm-hmm.
Good question though. People are asking the brand of the style of my shoe.
What other questions do we have, John?
We have a good loose question here for our number 3 of the stream. This is a question for Don. It's from Tyler. He says, Don, when you signed on to cover the recruiting beat for IC several years ago, did you ever envision yourself sitting in your man tower with Ross covering signing day live?
So I started covering the beat in 2003, and I was still in college. So no, there's no possible way I could ever imagine that, one, I would have a man tower, one, I would know Ross or any of this, or that, recruiting back then was way different. Usually on sign day, there was a bunch of announcements and there's a bunch of anticipation, not knowing, okay, are these guys going to sign? There was, at that point, I think that might have been the year of the A.J. Davis switching from UNC to NC State, or maybe that was the year prior. So you had those sort of things, and that happened overnight, and there was always some speculation. I guess he spent the night with his dad. That kind of helped facilitate that. But for those who've been following recruiting for a long time, they know that signing day used to be this big, drama-filled event. Now UNC has 17 commits and is fully expecting to sign all 17 with no addition. So it's pretty much more of a formality. And as we mentioned, if any one of those guys aren't happy, tomorrow they could just transfer.
It is a good point. There's rarely much drama with UNC recruiting on signing day, where some of these bigger schools, I feel like, I don't know, maybe it's changing in times, but there used to be tons of times when you would announce on signing day.
Yeah.
And that's changed, particularly under Mac Brown, where he wants guys in, committed, fully in, even in the summer, locked in, good to go. Whereas I think some of the traditionally bigger schools have had ones that come down to signing day. It really affects traffic on our websites and stuff, but not much of that today. There's been a little bit of drama, people picking on signing day, but definitely not today. We kind of know who's going to commit.
Yeah, Brandon Jacobs, another good comparison, because I'm thinking big back uses his power to get extra yards.
For Amarion Hampton.
Yeah, and not much of a receiving threat at this, at this stage. So
And the two commits they had in the last class, Caleb Hood and the guy from Kamara Edmonds. They're both power backs too.
Yeah.
Edmonds did not play at all, if any, in 2022. Hood did some. They got injured. So they have some big physical backs on the roster now.
Yeah.
With Amari Hampton as the second one. So Petaway definitely is the one who's going to stand out in terms of what he can bring.
Well, and actually, for recruiting-wise, the player that Omarion reminds me of the most is actually Elijah Hood. Both.
That's a good.
They're
both kind of the stand up.
Yeah, the
but
stand
not
up.
super big.
Yeah.
Like when you said Derrick Henry, I was like,
Yeah, I was just trying to think of a big back who just kind of uses his power more than anything. But yes, I think Elijah Hood.
Look at this. Oh, that's like rice.
Yeah. So what we got, John?
I was going to ask Don, do you have any more tales from the recruiting trail? Back before there were Twitter and phones and all this stuff, especially early on, any fun pre-technology mobile phone era recruiting stories?
So I love giving out this stuff, but my problem is I have such a bad memory. But yes, I can remember where, and God, this makes it sound so old, but I remember when recruits didn't have cell phones, and you would have to call their house over and over and over again to get a hold of kids and drive parents nuts, and they'd tell you they'll be home in an hour. You call back in an hour and say not home yet. Call back in an hour. That sort of thing. And then obviously once kids start getting cell phones, it become more commonplace that you can get them on the ride home, sort of thing. But and there was a time where Twitter didn't exist, so you couldn't announce your commitment there. So I would usually get a tip. This kid committed. Don't report it until you talk to the kid. And then you're running with it. And the only way that people kind of found out beforehand was if someone heard about it and posted on the message board. So you're trying to type up this story as quickly as possible, get it up. So but now it's just the commitment obviously is huge, and we do a lot of preparation and post a lot when there's a commitment. But for us, the focus isn't necessarily the commitment. It's more of the path that gets to the commitment, because that's stuff that you can get that's exclusive. You know what I mean? The coverage that we provide leading up to a kid's recruitment, there's no one that comes anywhere close to matching it.
I also have another question. This is sort of two questions, so I'll group them together. First is from Michael C., and then also from Maurice. They're both asking about the running back room that North Carolina has.
Michael Carter?
I don't think it's Michael Carter.
I accidentally called Michael Carter. This was like a couple months ago, and he was like, I was like, oh man, I didn't mean to call you, and he was like, cool as hell.
Yeah.
So we talked for a little bit.
Jetstar. He's great.
He is awesome.
I'd say Michael Carter and Javonte Williams, pretty good NFL career so far.
Mm-hmm.
Carter's injured right now, but was splitting carries. I think they're both leading carries for their teams.
Personality-wise, though, Michael Carter was freaking awesome.
Yeah. Not much personality with Javonte.
No. No.
I'm sorry.
Michael C., let us know if you're Michael Carter in the chat pod. But they're both asking about their running back rooms. British Brooks is returning. UNC has DJ Jones, Elijah Green, Caleb Hood, Kamario Edmonds, and then the two guys they're signing today. So what does everyone think, Ross, maybe starting with you? Who's going to be the guy at running back next year for UNC?
Question. I think British Brooks and DJ Jones will be the leaders in the clubhouse to start the season. I think Caleb Hood has a chance, and I think George Petaway, especially enrolling early. Is Amari Hampton enrolling early?
No.
I think George Petaway enrolling early will be one of the three. It might be a three-headed monster next year. It's not going to be four. It's hard to get four running backs time.
Yeah.
But British Brooks, DJ Jones, Caleb Hood, and George Petaway. But, Kamara Edmonds is there. We haven't seen much from him yet. So it'll be interesting. And the fact that British Brooks is coming back, I think it's kind of an indication of maybe what they need. They need some experience. They liked what he did against NC State, but he's also a special teams guy as well. But there might be some indication that the staff thinks they need a little help, so they wanted him to come back.
Well, I always feel like that under Mac, he's always wants someone with like seniority, like experience that could be a leader. Because if you look at it, so you had Ty Chandler that came in last year. Obviously, Javante and Michael Carter were older guys. Year before that, and the year before that, Antonio Williams. He didn't receive a lot of carries, but he was kind of the elder statesman who was more of a leadership role. And I wonder if British Brooks is coming back to kind of serve that sort of role.
Yeah, it's a great point, Don. Question from John. I'm going to get up and do a little stretching. I'm getting a little sore on the old butt.
Did you want to get us more coffee?
Yeah, I can do that too. Here, I'll take my mic off.
Okay, yeah, mic off.
Bathroom break as well. Bathroom break.
Okay, that's going to be very loud for people when you talk to them the other way. All right, I'll read the question. This is a question now. I'm going to ask a question for Don.
Okay.
A good little inside baseball question, Don, having covered some of the recruitments of these guys. Any of the running backs, wide receivers, cornerbacks, possibly a fit at kick returner and punt returner the next few seasons? I know a lot of times when you're on a high school team, you're the most talented kid. Yeah. You're going to take the kick returns and punt returns anyways, but what have you seen? Do any of these kids have the potential to be game-changing special team players as a return man?
I think I'm just double-checking. Well, so my first thought is George Pettaway, for sure. Great in open field, great vision, great setting up blocks, very elusive. So he's my first choice. Also like Chapman, Tayshaun Chapman, slot receiver. So naturally, and he's put up some really good numbers on the track. So those would be my two options. Trying to see if there's anyone else who I would kind of throw out there. Those would be my two favorites, I guess, if I was placing odds on it. Those would be my two that would probably have the higher odds or better odds.
Perfect. That question was from 77 Music Nut. Get any additional questions you have in for Don? I'll read one more quick one for you as well, Don. It's from ASD2801 again. Do you miss the old dramatic signing days, or do you prefer the new ones? And maybe answer that for yourself, but also for the coaching staff, because it sounds like the coaching staff prefers to have these guys in.
Yeah. Definitely prefers to have these guys in, because then it's easier to manage a roster when you know exactly what you're getting. Because obviously it's difficult to go to your plan B, because your plan B is probably signing somewhere else or has signed somewhere else when you lose your plan A. Anyway, for me, I guess I prefer this because I can treat it more of a celebration and do things like this. If there was a bunch of guys who were announcing today, or there was potential for flips that we weren't expecting, I wouldn't be able to do something like this, to basically take away a huge chunk of my day to do this. So, and I'd rather do this, talk about the class, talk about the guys that really, have been committed for a long time. I guess in general, I'm more of a preparation guy, so I like to prepare ahead of time. And so one of the things, we're going to have a ton of content on there if we don't already. And a lot of that stuff, really, we've been working on for at least a month, putting it together. So I'd rather have that so we can have quality content that's not rushed, we could take our time with and all that.
I've got another really good question for you. This is from DJ Senior. He asked, Don, where would you rank the defensive linemen that have come out of Greensboro? He's talking specifically about Travis Shaw, Peyton Page, I believe Miles Murphy, Jamal Jarrett, a couple of different guys in different classes there, all very highly ranked. Could you speak maybe to a few of those Greensboro defensive linemen?
All right. So do you want me to kind of rank them in order?
Yeah, rank them in order.
All right. So you gotta go Travis Shaw number 1. That's pretty easy. Miles Murphy number 2. Unbelievable talent. I don't think he realized how talented he is, to be honest. And then I would actually go Jamal Jarrett. I'm a big Jamal Jarrett fan. I know a lot of evaluators have watched Jamal Jarrett and say, he's not super dominant. He doesn't understand the game and all that. But, his size and his athleticism, what the hell is Ross doing? Is just it's stuff you can't coach. And I think all the other stuff, he can be coached up. I don't think he got, prior to coming to Grimsley, which was a great move on his part, he wasn't receiving a lot of great coaching in high school. I saw it firsthand. I went to one of his practices at Smith High School. I don't want to be mean to those guys. They were in over their heads. The head coach had a bunch of very young assistant coaches who didn't look like they played defensive line at a high level, and that's the type of coaching that Jamal Jarrett needed. And last week, Peyton Page, massive human being, walks into a room and literally takes up the entire door jamb. Massive human being, also another guy who is just incredibly gifted as an athlete. He's a basketball player. His basketball highlights were really attractive, but a little immature side, and I think that hurt him during the latter part of his high school career.
Yeah, I'll
We're back
set
in.
the stage here. We have another L letter of
I'll just take it.
NLI received. I'm going to kick it back over to Ross. Ross is back settled in. Ross, tell us about our next letter that's in.
The NLI is in from Tyshawn Chapman, one of the first commits in UNC's 2022 class. Ooh, I just clicked the wrong button here. Hang on. A wide receiver, right, Don?
Yeah, wide receiver, slot receiver.
Technical difficulties
And
here.
they went with Doc Chapman.
That's his name?
Yeah, remember George shared that?
Yep. Okay. Whoa. Oh, okay. Sorry. Tyshawn Chapman, wide receiver, 5'9", 175, a slot receiver from Lansdowne High School in Virginia Beach, Virginia. Ranked 174 in the nation, really high. 27 ranked wide receiver and number 5 player in Virginia. Again, he was one of the first in this class to commit. Started this flow of Virginia players committing to UNC. Committed December. I think he was the first, right?
Yes.
December 19th, and then Tayon Holloway committed on Christmas Day.
Yes.
Jesus' birthday, December 25th. So Tyshawn Chapman signs his letter of intent. I don't know, he may go by Doc when he's at UNC, according to what Carolina Football has tweeted. Don, I know his recruitment's pretty simple. He clued in on UNC and committed to UNC. And now we see here Wesley Grimes has signed with Wake Forest.
Yeah.
So Wesley Grimes off the board.
Yeah.
There was some interest there from UNC. They could not get him back on campus. So Wesley Grimes, wide receiver from Raleigh, has signed with Wake Forest. Back to another wide receiver, Tyshawn Chapman. Don, his recruitment, what happened there?
Yeah, like you said, I mean, it was basically over before it started. Didn't take any visits. Most of his recruitment occurred during the pandemic. Very close with Tony Grimes, very close with Tony Grimes' dad. His dad would take him to a lot of places. He did visit some places, mostly with Coach Glover. Played under Coach Glover at Princess Anne. He did not play his senior season, but super explosive kid. I mentioned earlier about he has unbelievable track times. I think indoor was his better, I believe. I think a 55 meter, but you watch his film. Definitely a playmaker. Definitely a guy who, even though he's he would fit in perfectly. Remember that A-back position that Fedora loved?
Yes.
So he would fit in perfectly with that.
Played?
Yeah, Switzer, but also, a guy who could go into the backfield. I think that Tyshawn would have fit perfectly in that sort of role. But he'll play slot in a similar sort of capacity as Josh Downs.
Yep. Josh Downs had a huge year this year. If you're a fast wide receiver, you can get the ball in UNC's offense. Little breakdown there from Don on Tyshawn Chapman.
Creamer.
Becomes UNC's 7th player to sign for this cycle now. So we have Will Hardy, Marcus Allen, Justin Kanyuk, Malachi Hamrick, Amari Hampton, and now Tyshawn Chapman. I believe he's the first Virginia player to sign. And that is the state that had the most players commit, and we'll get way more into Virginia stuff in this show. Question from producer John.
I'm going to read a quick YouTube question here. First of all, Matthew Whitworth, great comment. He says, Don, you have the look mannerisms of Mark Ruffalo. So that's maybe a new one for you.
First time I've ever heard of that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I take it as a compliment. I think he's a good-looking guy.
Yeah. I will also read the question.
You looked at me. Something in your eye, Ross.
Who will have the earliest on-field impact from this 2022 class? That's a question from Matthew.
So, the name I went with for my column that we'll post it later was George Pettaway. But, Ross has a lot of really good insight. And I think the insight that he provided me makes me kind of question my first choice.
Who did you say first?
George Pettaway.
Yeah.
So you provided some good insight, which makes me want to change it a little bit. Especially also, I was talking to some sources who mentioned that one of the reasons why North Carolina probably won't go on a transfer receiver is because the staff feels very confident that Andre Green is going to see the field as a true freshman. So
yeah, I think it's between Green and Pettaway.
Yes, yeah, definitely between those two.
They need help at wide receiver, I think a little bit more so than running back.
Yeah.
But
Pettaway
might just be better than DJ Jones.
And DJ Jones is always injured.
Yeah, and
injuries also plagued him during his high school career.
What's the best ability?
What do you mean best ability?
What's the best ability?
What do you mean by best ability?
Availability.
Oh.
Being available.
That's right.
You nailed that one.
And he's not always available.
There you go. But guys, remember, rarely does a freshman have an impact in college football. Travis Shaw is enrolling early as well, but I would expect him to be kind of that 25 snap type player, not a 50 type snap player. Here we go. Quote: We're always waiting for the Mac Brown take, directly from Mac Brown's fingers to his phone to Twitter,
or maybe Jeremy's. But
really,
yeah, I know Jeremy has access.
Excited that Tyshawn Chapman is joining our wide receiver room, a dynamic playmaker who is fun to watch. Welcome to Chapel Hill, Doc.
This is super strong.
I'm going to ask Jeremy. You made the coffee.
It's super strong. But
you made it.
I did make it. You're right.
Okay.
Did you think it was strong?
I don't know, man. I just drink it, dude. I don't care.
This is a question that's people are chatting about in the chat pod as well. Some people are saying Sam Howell coming back. I know there's a very low chance, but there was also, outside the program, people thought there would be a low chance that he would play in the bowl game. So Ross and Don, as insiders, can you put this to bed? Are you telling us there's a 1% chance? What does everyone think about?
I don't have any information on this. I just,
I don't think so. I mean, I think I saw him on, who's that guy? Jeez Louise. Who is the ESPN guy? Not Mel Kiper, the other guy. Tom Shea had his first mock draft come out yesterday, and Sam Howell was number 25, first round pick. If you're first round pick, you go. He's done. I think he's kind of done his duty here at UNC. I think there's even I think he's kind of gotten on the board with some agents and everything, and got some advisors and whatnot too. So I think he's gone. I'd put it at 1%.
Got a percentage on it. Yeah, I mean, I think he's gone. I think talked to someone close to him during the season, and there was definitely some frustration. And so I was really surprised that he decided to play in the bowl game, to be honest.
Yeah, we had an article up by we got another. Your Molly Jacoby tagged the wrong player.
Oh,
see that?
That's not a good look.
Who's she?
She's one of the, I guess, on-campus recruiting.
Got it. There's an article up on Inside Carolina. It's probably way down the boards now, but Gregory Hall wrote about Sam Howell's decision to return. Pretty good article there. Good quotes from Sam on Monday. We had 4 or 5 players on Monday as the beginning of our bowl prep. He wants to go out on top. He wants to win a game. Doesn't want that NC State game as his last game. He enjoys bowl practices, enjoys going to bowls, wants to finish with his team. He's a team guy. The guy is perfect in terms of all his team stuff and all that stuff. She deleted it. No, she didn't. Sam Howell's been perfect. There's not much else you can say about him in terms of what he means to this program and what he means for UNC football. Question from John.
Building off of that topic, we can kind of reflect a little bit on Sam Howell. Don and I were in the building, I think it was about 3 years ago, when he signed with North Carolina over Florida State. That was some signing day excitement. So Don, the question then, this is from me, not from a commenter, but from me. Is North Carolina able to have the same recruiting success that they've had the last 3-4 classes if Sam Howell doesn't pick UNC on that day? How much of this is attributed to Sam Howell versus how much of this would have just happened anyway with Mac Brown coming back?
It's greatly attributed to Sam Howell because we have seen over time, I know we're not supposed to talk about Clemson, but they actually have not been recruiting at a level to win national championships prior to their national championship wins, not like Alabama and Georgia and LSU and all that. But they have once-in-a-generation quarterbacks, which I think trumps how you recruit. So I think going back to North Carolina, I think you mentioned it, you call him a once-in-a-lifetime quarterback.
So once in every 10, 15 years.
Once in every 10, 15 years. Some people's lifetimes are 10, 15 years. So,
That's stupid.
I think that he had an incredible influence. And this year, more than any other, because we know where the deficiencies on the team, and he tried his best to overcome those, mostly with his legs.
Yeah, I think you saw this year from Sam Howell, like John just said, is you saw a different element to his game. I think when you saw him become more of a runner, the ability to get yards and be very physical and tough. Teams will like that toughness, that ability to put your body on the line for your team. It's not like he was a little off with his deep passes, but I think it had to do a lot with the receivers and the protection he got. I think NFL scouts and general managers will see that. I think when Sam gets into the pre-draft workouts, when it's no pads, shorts, you'll see his arm talent, you'll see his smartness, his team first mentality, his love for the game. All that will come through in this pre-draft stuff, and he'll jump back up the boards. It's not like he got worse. I don't think he got worse from what he did his freshman, sophomore year. He just didn't have those running backs, Michael Carter, Javonte Williams. Didn't have Donnie Brown and Daz Newsome.
Yeah.
Donnie Brown was an elite deep threat
Yeah, and
receiver.
I don't think he was truly appreciated.
And that completely changes your offense when you have a player who can get open almost every possession deep, create 5 yard separation from the cornerback, and then to really stretch the offense and take a safety with you, and then opens things up in the middle for players like Emory Simmons, Daz Newsome. Emory Simmons was a solid year last year, but couldn't find the ball this year. So when he had elite talent and a decent offensive line, Sam's been great. When he took away the elite talent at receiver and the elite talent at running back, he struggled a little bit. But I think pre-draft stuff, Sam will be excellent, and I think he'll be a first-round pick. His talent, it's hard to find that talent, and you know how quarterbacks go. I mean, there'll be 4 or 5 guys taken in the first round.
Yeah.
Even though maybe they don't deserve to be taken there, they'll be taken just because of how important that position is.
Yeah, and there's so many necessary qualities for that position, and guys like Sam Howell, with just their willingness and their mentality, can overcome some of those, because he's not the tallest, he doesn't have the most accurate arm, he doesn't have the strongest arm, he's not the most mobile, but he just has that it factor, that allows him. The person who put it best to me, I was talking to, I guess I could say it now, Larry Fedora at the camp, the one of the first camps that Sam went to, and Fedora said to me that he doesn't do, his mechanics are not right, but he just wills his way to whatever he wants to do, whether it's to complete this pass, to get this first down, whatever it is. Mm-hmm. And I think that encapsulates just Sam Howell.
There we go. Sam, a lot of good quarterback talk. We had the good conversation with Good conversation with Drake May, Jacoby Criswell for next year, and then some good Sam Howell conversation there.
I'll build on that point as well, because I think when you look back and you remember, because I was on the field for a lot of these games, 2017, 2018, before Sam Howell arrived. UNC was competitive in a lot of these games, but they just were one play away. They were just missing that one little element in a lot of these close games. They ended up being close losses, and it was painful for the program, some bad years. I think what Sam Howell has brought the last 3 seasons is he has covered up for a lot of holes in the roster that otherwise recruiting can fix now moving forward. So he's put the program in a better position there. But also he just brought a competitiveness and a willingness to win, a want to win. Right from his first game in South Carolina in 2019, North Carolina was in that game late in the fourth quarter. So the last 3 seasons, it's been very rare that North Carolina has been blown out or not been competitive in a game. So I think that's been Sam Howell's sort of gift to the UNC program these last 3 seasons, is keeping them competitive and giving them a shot to win every single Saturday. I also got a YouTube question. This is a kind of a fun question. We're in hour 3 of the stream here. This is from Ari. He says, I need the siren to be retired. Instead, we need a different touchdown dance from Ross every time a new...
Am I muted? We were supposed to, after every letter of intent came in, Ross is supposed to do push-ups based off the amount of stars. And we completely dropped the ball on that.
I'll try that up. Well, I'll have to do it when you talk. You know that Ori is, right?
Yeah.
Friend of the program, Ari St. Germain. Yeah. Watched NFL with him last weekend. Good guy. Former employee of UNC. All right, what we got? Anything? We need another player to sign. I'm getting like sores from sitting down too much.
You go.
What are those called?
Bed sores?
Bed sores on my butt. Loose. I'm texting Jeremy.
Did you ask him?
I'm about to ask him. Are you tweeting these responses?
So we need. All right, John. We need. Let's get a question. We got dead silence going on. Let's see. Someone said
I've got a topic if we want one.
So someone said, is that why Fedora's slow payment? This wasn't, from my understanding, it wasn't Fedora's decision to wait. It was
wait for what?
Wait to offer Sam. It was Heckendorf was the one that was wanted to kind of slow down because he's afraid of.
Is it loud?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not
I got a topic if we want to do a topic.
We're bring out snacks here soon.
You bust out the snacks. What? Yeah. What's your topic?
Okay, let's have a new topic for the chat pod. I want some questions about the 2023 class. We haven't talked at all about next year.
Do we really want to do
Don is going to give out some scoops for the next year's class 2023, and then if anyone has any comments in the chat pod about the one commit that UNC has Tad Hudson committed, any other questions related to the class of 2023. Maybe Don, if you can start things off, just set the stage, if you don't mind, just sort of tell us a little bit about how that class is progressing so far.
Yeah. About what we can expect.
Yeah, well, I think it's
kind of what you talked about last night.
Yes, I think it's really, I had no choice but to keep it general because I think.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, we got one. Come on, John.
All right, we got it here. I'll let me pose here.
Yeah, this is gonna.
What?
Don't blow it on it.
I'm not blowing on it. All right, we have a national letter of intent in here. Big time one from UNC 2020 commit Connor Harrell. He has signed with UNC. This is the quarterback commitment and signee for UNC. 6'1", 189 from Thompson High School in Alabaster, Alabama. Did you ever end up going there?
No.
You met him in person?
Yes.
Okay.
Because he came to the Showtime camp.
2-time back-to-back state champion. Not super high ranked. 7'7" nationally. 42 ranked quarterback. Number 30 player in Alabama. But a player that wins, that UNC liked, committed to UNC. Don, tell us about his recruitment. Tell us about what UNC went for in this quarterback, for the quarterback in this class. And tell us about Connor Harrell as a player. I think more importantly, what is his player? What kind of quarterback is he? Because this is a player we could be talking about 2, 3, 4 years from now as a starter for UNC.
So, for those who follow it closely, they know that he was a guy that wasn't offered until relatively late. UNC went in on Cade Klubnik once Clemson offered Klubnik. Klubnik committed to Clemson. Then they messed around with Braden Locke, who visited for the spring game, but ultimately chose Mississippi State, which is a little bit closer to his home. And then Phil Longo found Connor, just kind of going through, his normal, I guess, due diligence. At that point, when North Carolina offered, Michigan also offered. Prior to that, he actually had narrowed it down pretty comfortably, but then with the UNC and the Michigan offers, kind of shook up his recruitment. He ended up in June taking visits to Arizona State, Northwestern, UNC, and Michigan, but because of his high school team's 707 schedule, he only took official visits to, first it was Arizona State and Northwestern took official visits to, then he took unofficial visits to UNC and Michigan, and basically those visits determined that he was going to take the official visit to UNC. Took the official visit to UNC. Around that time, he basically made the decision it was going to be North Carolina, but wanted to make a special announcement on the 4th of July, our country's birthday, and he did so on the 4th of July, announced his commitment. So yeah, as far as a player, we talked about him earlier, loves to throw the deep ball, has some good athleticism. I think it speaks a lot that even though his team was loaded, that he was the face of that program that won state championships.
Any interest from him from SEC schools, from the Alabama schools, or was his recruitment kind of didn't get quite to that level?
No, I don't think his recruitment got to that level. Alabama tries to get the top quarterback in the nation every year. He did camp at Auburn in June, early June, but that didn't result in a scholarship offer. I don't think very many of the SEC schools had him very high on their boards. But it was just mostly UNC. It really came down to UNC, Michigan, and Northwestern. Arizona was in there, but that was right when all that stuff started to happen. Ross, I've never met anyone who stretches as much as you.
Athlete. All right, I'm back.
All right. So yeah.
Can you give your overview, because now we have a bunch of questions, overview of the 2023 class, and then we can get to that.
What do you mean by overview?
Yeah, because we were about to start that.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm back.
Okay. Yeah, so I think we're going to see, right now it hasn't taken full shape on who UNC has the best chance with and all that. I think we'll have a better idea in January once the junior days can start. But, it's a much better in-state class for 23, which is not saying too much because the 22 class was just so terrible. But there's definitely some big-time playmakers in the state at a bunch of different positions. North Carolina got off to a good start in landing the top quarterback in state. So yeah, I don't know how in depth you want me to go, but yeah.
I've got some rapid fire questions here. These are deep cuts. So Don, I hope you're ready for the details here. This is a question from Jimmy Parker. He says, "Is Rico Walker a serious target for UNC?"
Absolutely. Definitely a serious target. As far as UNC's interest, yes. Definitely a serious target. Great. I think he's going to be an edge rusher. He's still kind of messing with tight end. He had a great Showtime camp performance. You got to watch out for schools like, SEC schools basically. His dad played at Auburn, although they haven't shown much interest, but his dad's former position coach is coaching at Tennessee, so I think they're a major threat. NC State's going to be involved with him also. But I think, I think there is definitely a draw from his family to go to an SEC school, which is going to be something that UNC has got to combat.
All right, next rapid fire question for Don. This is from BZ2000. Who is the better prospect, Rogers or Hamilton at wide receiver?
Rogers. And I don't even think it's close. I think Hamilton's a great player. They're different. Hamilton is more of a slot guy, whereas Rogers is definitely an outside receiver. But I'm not even 100% sold that slot is going to be Hamilton's best position. He's looked really good at safety this season, playing it full time for the first time for his high school.
All right, we got a couple more rapid fire ones here. Sorry, Ross.
23.
Yeah, class of 2023. These are great questions. Next one is from Carolina fan with either a dog or a goat emoji next to his or her name. Do we think Caleb Downs is the next national recruit North Carolina beats out the Blue Bloods for?
This could potentially come back to bite me, but I think he ends up going somewhere else. I think he has a similar mentality of Dalen Everett, as in wanting a blue blood. And I think, this season that UNC just had, I think will have, the most negative impact on the 2023 class, because they're the ones who's paying attention to it the most. And I think he knows exactly what's going on with UNC, whereas a lot of other recruits, they're going a bunch of different places every weekend. They only really know what's going on in UNC from what they hear from their buddies and what they see when they made their one visit to UNC. But Caleb obviously knows exactly what's going on in UNC because his brother plays there and he made multiple visits to games.
That's Josh Downs' brother?
Correct, yeah.
Next rapid fire question here. This is from Tyler Woods. No running back offers yet for 2023. Does UNC plan to skip a year after taking 2 studs in 2022, or are they waiting for the right guy at running back?
It's kind of they waiting for the right guy. They want, if you look at their depth chart, we talked about this, a bunch of power backs. Kamaro Edmonds, Caleb Hood, now Marion Hampton. So they want more guys, more speed guys, more elusive guys like a George Pettaway. And those sort of guys haven't emerged yet. And so, particularly within North Carolina's region, so that's why none have been offered. The best back in the state, off the top of my head, maybe I'm forgetting some. Best back in the state for 23 class is Dylan Smothers at Chambers High School, they just lost in the state championship game, and he's definitely a power back, which is not necessarily what North Carolina is looking for at the moment. Now, could they later on come back and say, hey, we want to make sure we get a running back, and they offer him? Then that's definitely possible.
Last one for our class of 2023 rapid fire here. This might be too deep of a cut, but DJ Senior asks, what do you think of Shelby quarterback Dalen Lee? And do you think he's as good as Tad? He looked very good in the state championship game, and his season stats were insane. So, Dalen Lee, is that someone on your recruiting radar, Don?
He's not. And he is not. He doesn't have, for all Tad's, the comments about his accuracy and everything like that. He has tremendous arm talent. I don't think Lee has that. But Shelby is definitely a place that produces a lot of really good talent.
One more bonus question. I lied to you.
2023.
Does the potential of Jonathan Paylor in 2024 limit what UNC might be willing to take at running back in 2023?
No, because you have to. Who knows what's going to happen at that point? That's so far in advance that you have to take care of the current class, and I mean that there's no guarantee that Paylor ends up at North Carolina. He probably will. But, I mean, no one knows for certain. A lot of things can happen. Who knows what coaches are going to be on staff at North Carolina? Who knows if, Mac Brown is something. I mean, there's so many things. The world could end. You know what I mean? So get your running backs in before the world ends.
That's right. All right. Good 2023 Q&A there. Hopefully we didn't lose too many listeners. Some of those names I didn't even know.
But hey, they're asking questions.
Yeah. You think the 2023 class is going to be... No, it's great. It's a great conversation. You think it's going to be less talent? How's the talent in state compared to this year's talent?
Well, this year was historically the worst.
Okay, so 2023 is better.
Yeah, so 23 will definitely be better.
But you don't think UNC will have as many... It would land as many of the top guys?
I don't. It's so early. I don't. They're in it with all these guys. I think we need to kind of see how things go a little bit early on, particularly with his junior days. Who makes it to junior days? Where they go? Who's saying what? And that sort of thing. To kind of get I mean, the class really hasn't started yet.
Yeah. I got a question here from Preston from Greensboro.
Preston.
Will Boaz stay in the quarterback room or change positions?
Well, you would probably know better than me.
Yeah, but you talked to his dad probably a little bit, dude.
I haven't talked to his dad in a while. We did that interview with him before he enrolled, and he seemed pretty like he's going to stick. I mean, you look at it. If you look at it, like we talked about this earlier. So let's say there is a very good. What did you knock over? There's a very good chance that one of those quarterbacks transfer, right? So who becomes the backup?
Connor Harrell and Jefferson Boaz.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Like, if one of the quarterback transfers, all of a sudden, Jefferson Boaz, who's been in the system now for 3 years, going on 3 years, becomes more important. Look, I mean, I don't know Boaz. I don't talk to Boaz. He probably realizes that he's not going to be an NFL player.
I don't know.
So you think might as well stay whatever room you want to stay in.
I think all of these guys think very highly of themselves because you have to once you get to this level.
Man, when I was in high school, I knew I wasn't going to be a sports athlete. I had self-awareness, man.
But if you are, but I mean,
he was a stud in high school.
He was a stud in high school. He was I can't remember the name of the award, but basically the male athlete of the year in the state.
Parade, North Carolina athlete of the year. Something
yeah.
Yeah. He's a guy who could transfer and be a quarterback at some mid-major school.
He, if it plays out the way we think, with whoever winning the job, and one of those guys transferring out, then he's an injury away from starting quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Question, Jonathan.
I've got a little monologue here, actually, so if you guys need to take a drink, you can do so real quick. We need to do a quick announcement / make good. I want to give a shout-out to Charlie. His Inside Carolina username is 22Charlie. I know he was in the chat earlier. I don't know if he's, still watching or not. But a quick shout-out to Charlie for creating the Donnie Scoops graphic. So we'll make sure to give him a proper shout out on the boards as well. He made this awesome graphic. I'm also going to set the stage here a little bit, broaden the conversation where we're at right now. So it is 10:45 here on the East Coast from an undisclosed location here in North Carolina. We've been live now for 3 hours and 25 minutes. Here's the list of names that are in so far. We have Marcus Allen, Tyshawn Chapman, Amarian Hampton, Malachi Hamrick, Connor Harrell, Bryson Jennings, Justin Canuck, and Will Hardy. So we're about halfway, which means that we might be live until dinner time. Ross is going to be eating a lot of grapes, I think. Interestingly, we don't have either of the 5 stars in yet. Travis Shaw and Zach Rice, neither of those NLIs are in yet. So we're going to be live here throughout the rest, I think into the afternoon. I don't know how long we'll stay live, but we want to keep the coverage coming as more of these letters come in. Be sure to put any questions you have in the chat pod. We can read them live on air to Don and Ross. We are trying to monitor the chat pod, trying to get all the questions that we can in for our 2 UNC football experts here. So feel free if you have any questions to ask some of those. Do we have a quote from here? I can read it real quick while Don is stepped out. I'll grab Mac Brown on Twitter, and I can read the quote about, I'm guessing, interesting. So it's about Connor Harrell. He says, a leader and a winner at the quarterback spot. And he's a valedictorian. Welcome to Chapel Hill, Connor Harrell. So I'll bring, Don, do you have your mic on? Yeah, okay. I'll bring Don and Ross back in here. Ross, were you a valedictorian? How close did you come?
But I was ranked. Number, I think, 62 in my class. Grimsby High School, which is really good high school.
I was ranked
Outside the top
9,062.
John was probably high up, East Chapel Hill. Yeah, top 20.
Where you at, John?
No, it's a good high school.
I know, but you got to Carolina.
I honestly don't know.
Yeah, no one wants to hear about this.
Yeah, I have no idea where I was. All right, we got to talk about something else.
Get your questions in.
Questions in.
All right.
We've had some good conversation, though.
It's amazing. We still have 492 viewers. Crazy.
Yeah,
Saying that.
that is.
We just didn't get these. Yeah, I thought it's almost 11 o'clock.
So Joey Powell asked if I can come on Inside Carolina Live on Saturday. Here's the thing: is that anytime I'm invited, I come on, and I don't know what it is this season. They have not been inviting me on. I think it might be Tommy. I think Tommy's blackballing me, and yeah.
You know who hasn't been asked on the show all year?
One time I was, but I came.
Me.
Oh, you haven't been asked at all?
No. And I came and tailgated with them all the time.
I think that's.
They never invited me.
Do you think you don't provide any sort of insight that they don't already have?
Yeah. Greg probably is the better guest, but I'm always available to come on shows. Okay. I mean, at some point they gotta start rolling in these NIL. I mean, I gotta get back into Chapel Hill to watch the press conference. We have a press conference at 3:30. We'll be reporting from that, a Zoom press conference.
Ross Joey refutes your claim.
No, I showed up and no one asked me on. And no one asked me on before. No one reached out to me via text, asked me on. I showed up to tailgate, and anytime you want to have me on, I'm welcome. I'm more than willing to come on, but I've never been asked on. It's not my show, so I don't. It's up to them. Okay. Yeah, like I was saying, UNC needs to get these NLIs in.
Yeah.
We have to get back to Chapel Hill for the press conference.
Well, John, you're hanging here, right?
Yeah, I might have to bolt. We might have to cut off at hard noon.
I say noon, yeah.
That would be how long? 7:30 to noon.
4.5 hours.
4.5 hours, yeah.
Here, wait, I got a question too. I could read it.
Well, do you have to go to Chapel Hill, or don't you do a
I just need to
Zoom?
get there at work. I can't be sitting around here. I need to set up.
Why? It's a Zoom meeting.
I got to set up on my desk. I go to work. I can't be sitting right here doing it. We're cutting off at noon.
All right.
I have a question. This is a great question from Ryan Bowser. During the wide receiver portion before, y'all didn't mention J.J. Jones or Gavin Blackwell. Can we expect either of them to be contributors next year? Ross or Don, what do you think about some guys from last year's class, J.J. Jones and Gavin Blackwell?
Yeah, J.J. Jones kind of flashed a little bit at the end of last season. I think they really like him. We didn't see anything from Gavin Blackwell or Tyler Kraft, who's a year older, or who's the other receiver from that class?
Kobe Pacer.
Didn't see anything from him. But J.J. Jones obviously is the more of the star from that class. So expect him to be a player next year. They like him as an outside receiver because he got time as those guys into the transfer portal. And so he kind of emerged. So next year it's going to be Josh Downs, hopefully. J.J. Jones, Antoine Green, Justin Olson, maybe Steven Gosnell, and Andre Green and Steven Gosnell. Andre Green.
We get Gregory.
I mean, guys like Tyler Kraft haven't done much. Cody Passor, Gavin Blackwell are still young. I'm trying to think any other receivers because you had two big transfers.
Gregory Hall's in there. We do have a good little chat going.
Yeah, a lot of IC people on there. We got Gregory Hall going to Zach Rice. We got Grant Hughes going to Amarion Hampton.
I guess.
No, Bo Atkinson. Who's going to Amarion Hampton? Isaiah's going to Amarion Hampton. And we have Kirsten, who already went to Travis Shaw's. Travis Shaw's signed. I mean, he's already. They already had his ceremony. So.
Well, so all of these guys. We probably should have made this clear on the top of the show. Is that all of these guys are most likely signed, and UNC is kind of releasing them as they want to.
Yeah.
which kind of like, I don't know if this is maybe to prevent any sort of like craziness if someone doesn't get their letter of intent in, which seems kind of
It's probably just
deceiving.
to kind of keep content going throughout the day for insight for UNC football. Yep. All right. Any more questions? Get them in.
This is a good question from celebrity in the chat, Terrell Conley. He says, buy or sell? Travis Hunter doesn't sign with FSU. Don, maybe explain who Travis Hunter is and then take the buy or sell.
The top recruit, I believe he's a top-ranked recruit, and he's been committed to Florida State forever. Huge Florida State fan. I believe his dad played at Florida State, but he visited a bunch of games at Georgia. So what's the buy or sell? Doesn't I will, I guess, sell. As in, I think he will sign with FSU. This Cristobal, there's your guy, Ross.
Yeah. Looks like a football coach.
I also have another question.
He did do well at FIU.
Is he head coach there?
Yeah, and they basically wouldn't give him anything. Basically, the same situation that Butch Davis dealt with, and they fired him.
They fired Cristobal?
Yeah, even though he had like the best season they ever had or something. It was a mess. That program's a mess. Go ahead, John.
Firing up the Donnie Scoops graphic. Shout out Charlie for this. A little laugh there. People have picked up on that in the chat. What's the deal with Josh Downs? Any scoop? We can't say, but what can we say?
I mean, I've heard the rumors just like everybody else. I don't have anything that's like legitimate to report, but I mean, I've heard the rumors, and some of the rumors are from people who aren't just kind of blowing smoke.
Yeah,
so
let's not get into that.
Okay. Why?
I don't know.
Okay.
Could go nuclear.
It could go. I'm not.
No reason to break the news.
I'm not reporting anything, or I'm just saying, I've heard the rumors that you're probably referring to.
This is a little reward for people who are in now 3 hours and 34 minutes in. A little hint of scoop there. No other comments, no other questions about that. But just for those watching still, we can keep those out there. Yeah, we have 505 watching. Let's jump back on. I have a great question for Ross while we're waiting for the next letter to come in here. It's from Will. He asks, Ross, you get your workout done this morning before this. Got a run planned for later. What's the workout deal for today for Ross?
Great question. So I am spent the night here at Don's. So I did not work out this morning. The plan, I think, is to get a run in or a quick workout in at the end of this show before the press conference at 3:30. Got a little workout in. I got plan around my eating schedule as well. So that is the plan. Especially with we had biscuits this morning, kind of some heavy food, some bow rounds. I get a workout in. Don, what's your workout regimen been recently? No bike this morning.
No bike this morning. I'm going to.
You bike every day?
I stopped. I did it for it was almost 2 years, a year and a half, 2 years. And when I started to do my trips in June, I stopped and never went back. I'm not like you. I hate working out. I did it only because I know I'm supposed to do it, but I hate working out. But I do go get out there, and play a little basketball with the kids. That's my little workout.
Why'd you stop biking?
Because I had a bunch of trips. I was on the road a bunch in June.
Oh, okay.
And my schedule each day fluctuates. Sometimes I gotta be up at 6 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes I gotta be up at 10. So it was just I couldn't get a rhythm, and I don't like hotel fitness rooms very much.
Okay. The biking stopped because of schedule conflict in June.
And I never went back to it. John, do you work out?
So I play some basketball,
play sports.
a little bit of team sports.
Okay.
Not a big workout guy like Ross. I'm also not the type of person to start randomly doing push-ups at 10 a.m. in the morning like Ross was doing earlier today.
Yeah, that's weird.
So that's part of the experience. It's a live show. This isn't a professional show. This is
This
just
is what Ross does. When the cameras aren't on either, just random push-ups or strange stretches. Like he's working his innards or whatever.
John messaged me on Slack here. He wants us to tell the Clyde Pinder story, which would be a good time to do it. We got nothing else to talk about.
Yeah, when are they going to come out?
There's not a huge story there, but I think I've teased it a couple times on the podcast. It was the 2019 class?
No, it had to be 20.
20 class. No, because it was Brewster.
Yeah, so 20.
Brewster did 2 classes?
Yeah, because he left afterwards.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Clyde Pinder was the one player who didn't sign, and they were waiting for his signature, didn't sign, all through signing day. We were waiting for it. Don was on the phone with sources, and he didn't sign until like 3:30, 4:30 in the afternoon, like even after the press conference. What was the deal there?
Yeah, I don't know. I suspect that he was having some second thoughts.
Florida was...
Yeah, Florida. Yeah, because he took the official to Florida in the weeks leading up to that. And, yeah, I mean, the part that you love is the fact that I did talk to him. And he told me that he hadn't signed yet and was going to sign later. And then I reached out to a source and said, hey, this is what I was told. And the source said, the kid lied to you because we have his letter of intent.
Who, UNC did?
Yeah, UNC had his letter of intent. But they, I guess we're going to release it later or what. I can't remember the details. As I said, I have an awful memory when it comes to some of this stuff. But yeah, so Pender definitely lied to me about that because apparently he did sign. And
what I heard is that Tim Brewster was his main recruiter. Mm-hmm. And Tim Brewster was like, you better sign right now or you're not signing with it. Like they kind of had to get him we need your signature now or never. Mm. And they kind of had to hotbox him into signing because he was just so wishy-washy on getting it in, and they you kind of need to know, and so they had to be like, all right, man, you get it in now or never, or your scholarship offer's gone, and then eventually he ended up signing that day. But you have those kind of holdouts, people that it's hard because you're getting recruited by these very influential, powerful people from all directions, and you build relationships with people from all directions. It's hard to say no. Oh. Here we go. Turn the light on. This is the one we're waiting for, boys and girls. Travis Shaw, the highest-ranked recruit in UNC. Oh yeah, we'll go on. The highest-ranked recruit in UNC, almost UNC history. Second highest-ranked recruit in UNC history. And the highest-ranked recruit in this class has signed with UNC. I can barely read because I don't have my glasses on. But Travis Shaw from Greensboro, Grimsley High School, has committed and signed to UNC. Let's get out his measurables. Defensive tackle, 6'5", over 330 pounds, listed at 310, from Grimsley High School in Greensboro, North Carolina. He is the number 4 player in the 2022 class, number 2 defensive lineman, and number 1 player in the state of North Carolina. Guys, this was a massive recruitment. Came down to Clemson, Georgia, North Carolina A&T, the hometown school, and North Carolina. He picked UNC in a ceremony on Jameson Stadium in Greensboro on August 24th. Don, we were both there. This was a massive win for UNC. Dive deep into Travis Shaw's recruitment.
Yeah, so he initially wanted to take his time, but I think he just got overwhelmed, and it became clear the 3-4 programs that were involved. So, and actually while he was visiting these schools, so he ended up visiting all 3 in June, including official visits to Georgia and North Carolina. Took an extended stay at Clemson for their all-in weekend. and returned to UNC for its cookout, and I believe he also attended Clemson's cookout in July. Then in August, decided that he had enough. He made a decision and committed to North Carolina.
This is a massive recruitment, this is the type of player that UNC has to win to get to the next level. Beating out Clemson, beating out Georgia, an elite talent, someone that everyone wanted. Alabama offered, all the big schools offered. A massive, talented player. Also played basketball for the Whirlies in Greensboro. Don, what kind of player is he? Where do you see him kind of impacting the game in the defensive line position?
He's a massive human being. And you mentioned the basketball background. That's evident in his footwork. And, he's just reminds me a lot of Dexter Lawrence, although he's much, Travis is much bigger. Just a very scary guy for quarterbacks, especially on the high school level, because he's coming at you fast, just, like a out of control, semi sort of thing. Great kid, natural leader. Everyone sees to gravitate to him. He plays with a lot of energy that obviously rubs off on his teammates. But really, just his playmaking ability, his toughness, which we talked about in the podcast. He's number 4 in the nation overall. So you don't get much better than Travis Shaw.
Yeah, and one thing about him, he has massive lower body. Just massive thighs, massive legs, massive big butt, a powerful guy. His upper body's not as developed. That will change. He's enrolling early, which we broke that news on the preview scoop. So he'll be with Brian Hess, Coach Brian Hess, the UNC strength and conditioning coach. He'll get a chance to put on better weight, better muscle, stronger. But he has long arms. He's not some stocky, short, 6'1", 6'2" type defensive lineman. He is long and big and powerful and super athletic. He could be he could be easily a first-round draft pick with his size and measurables.
Yeah.
If he develops as expected and UNC is able to get everything out of him, if he stays healthy. He missed a lot of the season with a shoulder injury. This is a player UNC recruited for 3-4 years, ever since they kind of got into at UNC. Back in 2018, they started recruiting him. So Travis Shaw signs to UNC, a massive get for the Tar Heels. Beating out Clemson for him, just like Andre Green, was one of the most important things. Question and a comment here from producer John.
Yeah, a couple comments here. First of all, Don, I want to know from you. This is a top 10 recruit. When does a kid like this first get on your radar? Does someone mention his name to you when he's a 7th grader at middle school in Greensboro? Or what do you remember the first time you heard about this kid?
He came to North Carolina's camp as a freshman. I believe it was before his freshman year, and scored a scholarship offer from Larry Fedora. And that was the first time he got on my radar. And then I went to one of his practices to kind of meet him in person and spend some time with him. But yeah, so this is one of the weird push-up moments that we're dealing with.
Ugh.
Oh, this is actually planned.
Let's go. Does that show up on the screen?
Yes.
Let's go.
I also have a little stat here. Little Pat stat. This is from...
It's a live show. Get loose, man. It's fun.
This is from, from some research. So I'm going to just share this nugget here. It took Dabo Swinney 2,618 days to land his first top 10 recruit as head coach at Clemson. Dexter Lawrence, class of 2016, was his first top 10 recruit, according to 247. And it has been, when he committed, it was 998 days since Mac returned to Chapel Hill, and he got his first top 10 recruit in Travis Shaw. Technically, he already had 2, depending on how you count Tony Grimes. I think Grimes fell out of the top 10 once he reclassed.
Des Evans and Drake May too were up there.
Yeah, but I don't think they were top 10.
Oh,
so
yeah, you're right. Sorry.
That just speaks to how impressive of a commit this guy is. I have a quick question from Jeff. He asked, could Shaw start at nose tackle next year?
We kind of talked about that.
Start next year?
We kind of expect him to to play a bunch but not start, and probably not play nearly as much as Jabari.
Yeah, but nose tackle, Javari's on nose tackle. Nose tackle next year might be Kevin Hester.
Okay.
If Ray ends up going and leaving, Jaleel, he won't start. Jaleel Taylor. Who else, John? You know the team as well as I do.
Maybe Kendrick Jones.
Yeah, I don't know if he'll start. There's a couple big bodies there, but yeah, I mean, Keyshawn Silver and Travis Shaw have a shot to play, but start at nose tackle. Kind of do what Ray Vohasek did. I don't know if he'll be ready for that. All right, here's the quote from Mac Brown. Let me read it here. This thing hurts. Welcome home, Travis Shaw, a great player, a leader, a force along the defensive line. Look forward to getting you to Chapel Hill. Travis, a.k.a. Cheesy Trav. Big personality. He had a big role in recruiting a lot of this class. Once he committed, he was recruiting Zach Rice. He was recruiting Andre Green, George Pettaway. Getting him committed in August allowed and it was a big momentum to get some of these other big commitments because the class, the top-end talent, really didn't start coming until after Travis. Travis, Zach, Pettaway, Andre Green all committed after August. I think for a while there, Amara Hampton was one of the top recruits. Sebastian Cheeks maybe as well. So that's a big one.
Question here too.
Yep, go ahead.
This is a question for Don. It's actually from Ben Johnston on YouTube. He asks, is that shoulder going to have any impact on what he can do this spring, or is he good to go? Don, do you know the status of his health?
This season, Travis was 100% cleared with 0 restrictions whatsoever. They had to ease him in a little bit because he wasn't in football shape for a while. So he started, but he obviously didn't play a full game. I think the first game, I think by the second game he was playing the full game, but no restrictions whatsoever. He does wear a shoulder brace now, but that is more precautionary, has nothing, it's not required at all.
I think him enrolling early is so important because he could have an impact next year, but I think the fact that he'll get about 6 months extra time in the strength conditioning is going to be critical. Not just adding weight and adding strength. He'll actually have to lose weight, I think.
Yeah.
But getting into condition, running condition.
He's playing the bowl practices too.
Oh, yeah. If you were on Inside Carolina this week, we wrote an article based on what Max said that some of these players who are enrolling early, which there's 9 of them, and have finished their academic work in high school and graduated, they will have a chance to come to UNC's campus and go through some practices ahead of the bowl game. Now, not all of them will do that. It'll probably only be a handful, maybe 2 or 3. They will be able to run through practices kind of as a walk-through situation. Probably not much contact, not much hitting, but a couple of them will go through bowl practice, which is, it's not a new rule. I think it's a couple years, but UNC has never taken advantage of it, and it sounds like they may be able to take advantage of it this year. They can't travel. They can't take any bowl gifts. They can't go to Charlotte and practice in Charlotte. It only happens on campus. So there's about 10 or so practices left that UNC early enrollees will be able to do. Travis Shaw is one of them. I don't know who it is. I don't know who has graduated and who hasn't, but we'll know. We should know that pretty soon. So yeah, my feed is paused. Is y'all's feed good?
No, I'm still good.
Okay, cool. Same.
I'm good.
All right, we have 474 people watching. Let us know if you've been watching from the start.
Yeah.
I mean, Mr. Conley, Terrell Conley, asking about my underwear. A little odd question there, Mr. Conley. But I feel like he's been watching almost from the beginning. If you've been watching from...
I don't think I've mentioned Mr. Connolly was super helpful during Jaquarius's recruitment. So anytime I had a question, I'd shoot him a text, and he would respond to me pretty quickly. So I want to give a public thank you to Mr. Connolly for helping me. But
let us know if you've been watching since about 7:30, 7:45 on. If it's okay if you're watching from the at work, kind of on your second screen or kind of in the background. Shout out Wayne House. I know Wayne House has been watching for a while, buddy of mine. He was watching at home, and then he went to work, and it was blocked on his work computer. But he had a blocked because it was explicit content with the Don's Cavs. But he got it on his phone, so shout out Wayne. A lot of Inside Carolina people on here. A lot of family members of commitments and signees and players. It's always good to see part of the family here. Foggy day here in our undisclosed location,
Well,
the
and
bunker, icy bunker.
It's unfortunate that we got to stop at noon. We have so many people watching.
Can we text some recruits, get them in the chat?
Yeah, let me ask Jeremy here. Charlie Justice all day.
To Charlie. I can ask a question too.
All right, go ahead.
This is a great question on YouTube. He says, after the Venables' departure, did UNC reach out to Lucas and Koval? Don, can you tell us the story there behind the scenes with the Clemson decommits? Was UNC ever really in play there at all?
I'm sorry, I was reading something else. Say it again. Was UNC in play with who?
These are the Clemson decommits, specifically Lucas and Koval.
No, Lucas, and the Lucas one kind of frustrates me because we've made it clear this was all about proximity and Clemson. Growing up a Clemson fan, and regardless of who leaves Clemson, as long as Clemson doesn't get blown up, it's still going to be the closest program to his family, and that was a big deal, and that's why really this came down to, for a while there, it was Clemson versus Clemson. UNC got in there only because Dre Bly was able to do a good job of developing a relationship with not just his dad, but also his trainer. And really his trainer and his trainer grew up idolizing Dre Bly, and his dad also is a big Dre Bly fan. So I don't know if anyone else could have gotten in there like that, but really Lucas was going to Clemson from the start. He wanted to just kind of visit some places, and really he probably wouldn't have visited anywhere. The only other school he visited was North Carolina. So that nothing changed with Lucas. Who was the other guy you asked me about? Koval. So with Koval, he mentioned Clemson as his dream school, and to have that opportunity, he never, from my understanding, gave North Carolina a second look. And especially after the fact, that visit that he made seems more and more harmless. The more I check, and I talked to him a couple weeks after that, and he convinced me that there was nothing behind that, and clearly, he's signing with Clemson today, or intends to sign Clemson. But I was told, I double checked over the weekend, and there was no reciprocated interest from Koval at all.
There you go. We're going to respond on Slack.
Is there another? I read what Ben said.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
You respond to it. All right. So we have how many now, John? Let's look at it here. Little recap here.
Yeah, give a stage recap. Someone asked for a full day recap.
Yeah, we're on it. It's not. So we have, I think it's 7 or 8, 9. The letter of intent. Well, you pull up the screen. I'm going to do a little recap here to see how many have committed. I was trying to pull up our, on 24/7 Sports, the commitment page. Make sure to tune in to Inside Carolina.
Be right back. Keep going.
We're losing producer John. Okay, so right now UNC has signees.
we're going to probably get a commitment and not be able to.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 letters of intent in, 9 out of 17. I'll try to go in order here. It was Will Hardy first, Marcus Allen. I think from there it was Justin Canuck, Malachi Hamrick, Bryson Jennings, Connor Harrell, Amaron Hampton, Tyshawn Chapman, and Travis Shaw. So 9 out of 17 are on there, waiting from Bo Atkinson, Deuce Caldwell, Sebastian Cheeks, Travion Green, Andre Green, Tayon Holloway, George Pettaway, and Zach Rice. So still a lot more names to come in here. And a lot, like as Don said, a lot of these guys are have already signed, definitely already committed. It's just a matter of UNC kind of releasing the intel that they have signed and they have the letter of intent in. Okay, let's see if there's any questions here. Producer John has taken his first break of the day. comment here from Cash Money Johnson. The defense is going to be crazy next year. Storm and Tony got the islands on lock. JQ going to go crazy at nickel. Line going to be big and nasty. Said and Power Eccles, sheesh. Yeah, I do think defense has a chance to get a lot better. You thought this year was going to be better, but there's still a lot of young players. I think with Storm and Tony, both very, very experienced at cornerback. You've got more experience with JQ and nickel. You're losing some people. You're losing Tamon Fox, Trey Morrison, Ravo Hasek. You have to replace those guys, but they've been recruiting really well in the defensive line. KJ Hester, Kedrick Bingley Jones, Travis Shaw, Keyshawn Silver, Miles Murphy should be an all-ACC type player next year. So should a guy like Jabari Ritzy. Tamari Fox, forget about him a lot. So a lot of talent at defense. So I think Cash Money Johnson is right. Always appreciate the comments from Cash Money Johnson. And I'm reading here a comment from Mr. Conley, who's so great and so open with his comments. Cash Money, I don't want JQ at nickel, back at strong safety and move Kelly to free safety. Bring Gio Biggers to nickel. He is a better cover safety amongst the three and a willing tackler. Also remember, Cam Kelly, I think, had a pretty good year this year. So there's definitely some movement. And the strength is that a lot of those players can play multiple positions. Conley can play nickel and safety, just like Morrison can play 3 different positions. John, comment on that?
We have a great question from DJ Senior. He says, who will be the next Tar Heel parent that you guys have on the podcast?
Say it again.
Tar Heel parent.
Might get Zach Rice's mom.
I could ask her.
We could get Mr. Conley on.
We could.
He's been on a podcast already.
Has he? Yeah.
We could.
He's never been on ours though.
Yeah, and we won't be able to get any of these signees on.
Will Hardy's mom, maybe.
We'd love to have Will Hardy's mom on. Lindsay Nash Hardy. Trying to think any other. I mean, you know better than I would.
Yeah. Mary would be great. Mary Rice would be great because she's a great storyteller. She helped out a ton with that oral history on for the Weekly Scoop.
Plug that. Tell people about it on the stream. So
tell
them to subscribe.
Yeah, Weekly Scoop this week. We decided to kind of dive deep into the Virginia to UNC movement that happened with this class, and just because of the people who were involved that I had access to were people who very talkative, very willing to tell their stories and kind of give some really good insight, very open to be candid with me. We decided to go with the oral history sort of format, talk to Deion Glover, who's the father of Tony Grimes, but also a high school coach in that area, talk to Andre Green Sr., father of Andre Green Jr., talk to Mary Rice, mother of Zach Rice, also grabbed some commits. George Pettaway, I thought, it took me a little bit to get George on the phone. We talked a bunch, but he was busy a bunch of times. And I almost considered running it without George, but because he was the last one I kind of added in there. But he added something to it that I think was really, really cool that made a huge difference in it. So he helped out a lot. Tayon Holloway, Travion Green also contributed. It's a great piece, over 3,000 words, so you're going to have to spend some time to read it.
Yeah, so and definitely check that out for Inside Carolina subscribers on Inside Carolina. Don's Weekly Scoop and Sherelle's Weekly Scoops for basketball are two of the main reasons to subscribe. We have a tweet here from Travis Shaw, kind of responding to Mac Brown's tweet. More than excited to be home. Let's get this work, Tar Heel Nation. Like always, Travis Shaw has been very vocal on social media promoting this thing. One thing about him, man, there was always thoughts that Georgia and Clemson would keep recruiting him. He stayed steadfast. He'll always put down any rumors. He had some big tweet last week about people still kind of recruit him and how he was steadfast with UNC. So kudos for him. One thing about Mac Brown's recruiting and kind of how he handles recruiting is there's rarely any decommits. Players that commit never waver, and they go all in on somebody, and it's a two-way street. They support them. The player doesn't waver on his commitment, and it's kind of an agreement. And kind of like with a lot of basketball, you don't see many decommitments for UNC basketball either. Under Fedora and some of those staffs, there was a little bit more movement. I don't know if you have your thoughts on that and kind of why that is with how Mac Brown and his staff approach recruiting.
Well, I think speaking about George Pettaway and what he kind of mentioned to kind of close out that oral history was that obviously, talked about Dre Bly and all that sort of, and Tony Grimes, all that sort of connection. But he also mentioned that with UNC, there's not a whole lot of pressure. They make it clear that you're the guy. We're not recruiting anyone else. You're the guy, but they're not forcing these guys to commit. So they were able to commit on their own times. George, I'm sure if he was pressured, could have made a decision over the summer, and he didn't, and he waited until, I think it was September. Andre Green, same thing. These guys were able to be comfortable 100% in their decision, finish their due diligence. Because you think if you force Andre Green, let's say hypothetically, and he commits over the summer, well, then he wants to take an official visit to Clemson. And that just makes it so dicey as a commit and the relationship and how that looks and all that. Instead, Mac Brown, let the process play out and let Andre Green and all the others, Travis Shaw, same thing, Zach Rice, same thing, kind of go on their own timeline. And when you're not pressured, you're making the decision, and it's a lot less likely that you're going to flip later on.
Great stuff. You follow this? I never heard of this guy, but Travis Hunter, we mentioned a time or two now, might be flipped to Jackson State.
That would be so weird.
With Deion Sanders. Is he like the number one recruit, one of the top recruits in the country?
Yeah, that would be.
Was he a commitment to Florida State?
For a long time. So Deion Sanders would be stealing him from his former school. Okay.
Collins Hill?
No, Deion played at Florida State.
No, this guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's the number one player in the whole country.
Yeah.
Jeez, at cornerback.
God, how crazy would that be?
If he goes to Jackson State?
Yeah.
Says here that from Steve Wolfong, I'm told right now Florida State's still in communication with Travis Hunter camp, so we shall see how it plays out. So what happened? He didn't sign?
I guess. I've been here sitting next to you.
What?
I've been sitting next to you. And, I mean, he's not a guy UNC was involved with, so I haven't been tracking it too much.
I can do a question. I've got a question. This time it's from the IC Premium message board, so make sure you're subscribed not only to the Inside Carolina YouTube channel, but also to InsideCarolina.com, 247 Sports. You can get the message board experience. The question is from Heels BD1 on the message boards. He asked, how many of these guys will take advantage of the bowl game practice? Maybe, Don, at least you could speak to who's early enrollee, at least.
Okay.
We can go through that.
Yeah, let me pull up my list. So I'm not going for. Okay. So in alphabetical order, yes.
Or early enrollees.
Early enrollees, there's 9 of them. Bo Atkinson, Deuce Caldwell, Sebastian Cheeks, Travion Green, Malachi Hamrick, Connor Harrell, and George Pettaway, and Zach Rice.
And I think of those, let me look at the list here quick. I think of those, the most important that need to get on campus, the potential playing is Pettaway, and what am I looking?
Zach Rice, do these.
Oh yeah, and Travis Shaw. Travis Shaw's not on there.
Oh, Travis Shaw should be on there.
Yeah. Because I think
1,
those two
2,
guys could have
3,
an impact.
4, 5, 6,
George Pettaway, Andre Green, and Travis Shaw. I don't think Zach Rice, as a true freshman tackle, has much of a chance to play. Who knows? He's the number one offensive tackle in the country. Don would know better than I would in terms of how good.
Yeah, I
he
agree.
really
Yeah,
is. It's hard as a tackle to start as a freshman, to play as a freshman.
I agree with you, Pettaway and Shaw, for sure.
And Green. Oh, he's not early enrollee.
Yeah, he's not early
Sorry, that
enrollee.
was my mistake. We all make mistakes.
We do all. But maybe from a special teams perspective, I could see Deuce Caldwell getting special teams reps. A lot of them.
Sure.
Malachi Hamrick, physically probably not ready to play a whole lot on defense, but with his explosiveness and his playmaking ability, maybe another special teams guy.
Yeah, we need to get another. We got to see this move. We're signing off in
35
minutes.
Can you text Jeremy?
No, I'm not gonna really ask him that.
It's kind of ridiculous.
I mean, last time we were all done by 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, they started at 7 and they had one every 15 minutes. It was like clockwork, right?
Yeah.
It's a little bit different strategy this year.
Yeah.
Okay. Any more team questions, Scott? Well, we've covered quarterbacks. We've covered running backs. We've covered. I mean, we talked a little about defense. I think one interesting thing is the linebacker room. You're losing Jeremiah Gemmel to the NFL draft. Eugene Asante. So you're losing your 2 starters from the beginning of the season. Cedric Gray came in and started for the majority of the season. Really a good surprise out of him. A low-ranked kid who has a great frame. Came in, was a stud at linebacker for UNC this season. He probably starts alongside Power Eccles. But you could see Ra. They really like Ra Dilworth too. I know you were super high on Ra as well. So you'll have those 3 competing for 2 spots, and you bring in Sebastian Cheeks, and you bring in Deuce Caldwell. I think that's it. It's a room you don't recruit for as much because there's only 2 spots at linebacker now because of how UNC does the lineup with the 2 outside linebackers, which is a different position. But you gotta be happy with Cedric Gray. He's a sophomore, so he'll have 2 more seasons at UNC, and the potential of Ra and Power. Okay, and then at defensive back, what do you think about defensive back room, John?
I think defensive back is really interesting because we saw what impact Storm Duck had on the defense when he played in the latter part of the season. I saw him at points this season as high as number 4 on Mel Kiper's big board for cornerbacks, which doesn't really make sense because he hasn't played at all the last, many of the last parts of the last few seasons. But he was that good his freshman year, so Mel Kiper had him up that high. And I listened to his interview. Yeah. I listened to his interview. He seemed like he was really coming back for all the right reasons next season. He's coming back to try to put a whole season's worth of tape together and be a leader on the defense. So I think he's going to be a really big piece. But also, I think Tony Grimes, this is a kid, we've talked about him a lot over this, last few seasons. He was a very highly recruited kid. Did he have any interceptions this past season?
Storm?
No, Tony Grimes. It's time, for some of these younger guys, that's going to be kind of the next storyline. All these highly recruited kids, there's different timelines like we've talked about for when they start to really produce at a high level. But someone like Tony Grimes, it's, time for him to really start making plays and being a game-changing player for this defense. So I think that's going to be exciting to watch next season.
John putting Tony Grimes in the hot seat. Better get an interception here if John Bauman coming after you. I don't think interceptions is like, it's kind of a luck thing sometimes.
Yeah.
Cam Kelly, I think, had 2 or 3 this year. Conley had 1 or 2. Gemmel had, I think Cedric Gray might have had 2. Maybe confusing that. Tony Grimes did not have an interception this season. But I thought UNC was okay at forcing turnovers. They had a couple fumble recoveries, a couple interceptions. I know Cam Kelly had the most for UNC. Let me pull up those numbers here on Go Heels. Don? Anything to add?
No, I agree with you.
Right.
And Tony Grimes had that amazing interception against, I believe it was Miami.
Yep.
So clearly he has the ability. He's flashed it, but it's it's a challenge to be consistently great and not just shut down your guy, but create those game-changing plays, create those turnovers. So I think that's going to be exciting to watch him do that next year as well. I'll also feed you all a question from the YouTube chat. This is another deep cut here. DJ Senior asks, will we look for the portal to replace Grayson Atkins? Don, maybe could you speak about special teams recruiting?
I'm not reporting this. This is just my gut from what I kind of gathered, and that's my expectation, especially since most of the better kickers are from the high school ranks are signing today somewhere else. Particularly some of the guys at UNC really kind of recruited and pursued during the process, even though they didn't offer any of those guys. You look at, I would assume that Mac Brown probably feels pretty happy with what Grayson Atkins did, right?
Yeah, but he's gone.
I knew that, but he's pretty, there's no regret in going that route.
No, that was a great transfer pickup.
Yeah,
he was good. He was good this year.
So, kickers, like a lot of other positions, a little bit of a crapshoot, and it's even more of a crapshoot when you're only taking one every so often or scholarshiping one every so often. That's why a lot of schools bring in walk-ons and then kind of let them kind of earn a scholarship. But if you can get a guy from an FCS school or even a Group of Five school who has proven to be able to kick, in college, that might be a better route to go. So it would not shock me if that's the route to go. I am unaware of any kickers that UNC's messing with.
All right, we have another commitment. Sorry, I keep saying that. We have another national letter of intent in 2022 linebacker Sebastian Cheeks is officially a Tar Heel. The Illinois product, Evanston, Illinois linebacker, 6'3", 210, has signed with UNC. Highly ranked kid, 24/7 Sports, 4-star prospect, ranked 139 in the nation, number 12 inside linebacker, and number 5 player in Illinois. Probably the farthest geographically, Alabama with Harrell and Pennsylvania with Canuck is close. But I'd imagine Illinois, one of the farthest, has signed with UNC. Kind of a random recruitment. How did UNC get involved with Cheeks? What happened there? Let's break that down, Donald.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how they found out about him. I'm sure it's one of those things where you sent out feelers and he showed interest in North Carolina, and Tommy Thigpen was able to really establish a strong relationship with him, which was key throughout, to the point where Cheeks called him, his second father. That's how close they were. Why are you laughing about that?
You always say that. It was an expected line from you.
Gotcha. In June, he ended up taking official visits to Michigan, Texas, Oregon, Wisconsin, and North Carolina. He waited a couple weeks, and then I think it was the last week of July, announced his commitment to North Carolina. I got to admit, just because of where he was located at early on, I didn't think it was a recruitment that UNC would gain much traction in, but some things went UNC's way, particularly Notre Dame backing away from the kid. But also, credits to Tommy Thigpen for establishing that relationship. And there were certain things that went on, particularly in those official visits, I think really resonated with Cheeks and resulted in that commitment.
Yeah, Cheeks, another linebacker, will join Deuce Caldwell. Deuce Caldwell has not signed, but that linebacker room, which you just talked about, featuring Cedric Gray, Power Eccles, and Ra Dilworth. They lose Eugene Asante. They lose Jeremiah Gimmel. As a player, this guy's a pretty big guy, 6'3", highly ranked. He's on some All-American lists, some All-Star teams. Describe what Sebastian Cheeks brings as a player that's kind of unique to him.
So he reminds me, this would be a great one for someone to ask me about a comparison. He reminds me a lot of Cedric Gray. A tall, long linebacker, inside linebacker though, definitely some room on his build to bulk up. Very athletic, very rangy. A good player. He played some running back at his high school. Didn't play so much his senior year, but in prior seasons he was looked to carry the ball a bunch. Cedric Gray, similar situation. Cedric Gray for the longest time was viewed as a wide receiver. That was a position he played for the most part. But then he started to, I guess, later on in his career, develop into more of a defensive player. North Carolina took him as a linebacker. So I think those guys are very similar.
All right, great. One of the top ranked guys in UNC's class. I think he's one of the top 5 or 6 guys to commit to UNC. Your question, John?
Got a little trivia, see if I can stump Don here.
Oh, God.
So, Ra Dilworth, Power Eccles, Sebastian Cheeks, all these 4-star linebackers that UNC has signed. Can you name the one linebacker that UNC has signed since 2000 that's rated higher than that trio? Ross or Don? Trivia question.
Since when?
Since the year 2000, so the start of the internet era, UNC has only signed one linebacker rated higher than Ra Power and Sebastian Cheeks. Can you name that linebacker?
Since when?
Since 2000. Internet era, 2000.
No, he wasn't ranked very high.
Oh, the guy from Jacksonville.
Quan Sturdivant? Really?
In-state guy?
I'm not sure if he's in state or out.
Go tell us.
It's Travis Hughes.
Oh, yeah.
He was rated very, very highly.
That was a big recruitment.
Yeah. Good trivia there. Where'd you find that?
John, we probably should plan for more trivia.
Jeez.
Yeah, you keep on.
It's not staying up there.
Well, I think because you keep on moving, so this cushion came out. Let's just put this here.
No, it's good.
It's going to keep on falling.
Well, why is the cushion impacting it?
Because the cushion is coming down because this cushion came out. Because you kept on getting up and not pushing it in. But anyway, whatever. Anyway, I'm sure that they don't want to hear about our couch issues.
Got a brand new blanket. I'm going to take it with me. Don's wife went out and got a brand new blanket at Walmart last night.
Yeah.
She's listening. Shout out Katie.
Shout out Katie.
Don's lovely wife.
Yeah. She just give me pointers when I go down there.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So
that might be the last one before we go off the air.
yeah, we're counting down the minutes. Sebastian Cheeks. It's always interesting when a player like that from far away from Illinois, from Alabama, Pennsylvania, commits to UNC. Mac always wants the in-state players, wants the close players because they're less likely to transfer, more likely to be happy. They can drive home for holidays. If they need to go home for a day or two, they easily can. So that's why he likes to keep players in state of North Carolina. Rarely likes to branch out too far, but has obviously made Georgia and Virginia basically in-state. The way they recruit those are the main areas they focus on out of state, along with the state of North Carolina.
This is unrelated to UNC, but it's a lot more buzz about that Travis Hunter going to Jackson State.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, here just in. A source is telling this is from 24/7 Sports. Source is telling Steve Wilfong that Jackson State and Deion Sanders have a good chance at landing the number one player in the entire country. He's not just number one in his position or in his state. He's number one recruit the whole class going to a HBCU. They're not Division I, right?
They are FCS, right?
I think so,
Yeah, because they're actually playing in a bowl game.
Yeah.
Against, I think it's South Carolina.
They're not Division. They're FCS. Okay.
Yeah.
And so he's so crazy. I mean, a guy could go to Bama for these big time schools, and these smaller schools don't have the facilities. They don't always take private jets everywhere.
SWAC, Southwestern Athletic Conference.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, I guess nowadays it doesn't matter. But if Deion gets a bigger job, I guess Travis Hunter just transfers. But I mean, if Deion leaves, then that's just a completely different.
He's kind of not very heavy
situation.
Yeah. All right. We have Mac Brown here chiming in on Sebastian Cheeks. So happy to welcome Sebastian Cheeks to the family, an All-American both athletically and academically. Excited to have you in Chapel Hill. Sebastian Cheeks, the most recent signee for the Tar Heels. We have a Travis Shaw tweet here. I'm going to try to pull that up here. It's related to Grimsley basketball, so I'm going to read it as we go here.
So is Jason Staples? I mean, was it?
Florida State fan.
Yeah. So is that why people are asking about him? Okay.
Analysis guy, too.
Yeah.
I don't want to say fan.
Gotcha.
Travis Shaw here tweeting at Whirly Hoops. Miss hooping with the guys. I appreciate everything y'all did for me. Forever a Whirly. Thank you. It's crazy how many things Travis Shaw and I have in common. What people saying on the chat?
We're in hour 4 now, so we're pulling out all the deep rumors. I'm asking anything I see. Don, any questions or thoughts about whether or not Trenton Simpson would be entering the portal? I probably shouldn't even say that because it's not it's just a rumor. It's something that's in the YouTube chat pod. Yeah.
About Josh Downs, so I don't want to talk about Simpson either.
To be clear, that is something that I read from the YouTube chat pod, not anything that Don is saying. So I'll skip to the next question. Okay. Next question. I actually saw this from earlier. I didn't get the chance to ask it, but I think it's interesting. I know there was some talk about Keyshawn Silver potentially playing basketball. Any of these guys, are any of them two-sport athletes, or is there a chance that any of them could be, two-sport players?
Yeah, so I don't think they will. I don't think any of them will. But in response to our podcast, our most recent podcast, Andre Green Sr. sent me a text message, and as we know, big fan of the Scoop podcast, and he maybe he's listening to this or watching this, which would be awesome. Pointing out that Andre Green actually was a well-accomplished basketball player. As an 8th grader, he played varsity ball and was, I think he said, second leading scorer in the state of Virginia. So I know he's still playing basketball. He's played basketball this season for St. Christopher's. I don't believe there's any plan for him to play at North Carolina, but I'd have to check with Mr. Green to be sure.
I think the days of football players walking onto basketball are pretty over. We rumored Chad Surratt was going to do it. Keyshawn Silver was like, yeah, I'm going to walk on. He is not on the team right now.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this stuff.
It's a recruiting technique.
Yes, absolutely. And people, it kind of drives me crazy because as soon as, when Keyshawn tweeted that out, like, the board went nuts.
I mean, I wrote an article about it.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
But it's like, it's not going to happen. So it's like, what are we worried about? You know, there was a big thing with Des Evans. And Des Evans apparently wasn't like a great, like, he was like a solid basketball player. And he was like, I don't know why they actually threw that at me, to be honest with you. I'm not going to play basketball in college. So yeah, it's just a ploy. And I saw one of the questions early on asking about Will Hardy playing 2 positions. That's another thing. I mean, when was the last time a North Carolina player had played both ways?
Talk about on the football field?
Yeah, football field, play both ways.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember.
So maybe Will Hardy is the exception, but
no,
I don't think so. I think he's going to.
If there's anybody, you put Conley at running back or somebody.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, he was an unbelievable running back.
Well, they used him as a kick returner this year.
Yeah, but he had that one game. I wish I knew the stats off the top of my head, but it was insane what he did, the yards he had, touchdowns, and all that sort of stuff.
Someone in the chat said Eric Ebron played both ways.
At UNC?
Defensive end, yeah.
When?
Early on.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
I don't remember that either.
Yeah, it was so impactful. We don't even remember it. But
I'll bring it back here. So we're gonna reset here, set the stage.
Hang on, Action Network is reporting Travis Hunter is committing to Jackson State to play for Deion Sanders. This is per Pete Thamel. Pete Thamel is rarely wrong, so
yeah,
that's crazy.
that is freaking nuts.
I want to set the stage here. I'm going to bring up back the list of names. So we are in hour 4 of this live stream. We have had about half of the letters of intent come in. So you can see on the screen, kind of partially covering Don here. There we go. We have the list of names there. We've been talking all morning about UNC football, all the recruits coming in, future recruiting classes, all that good stuff. We've been talking about some of the news and the rumors. This is just mostly Ross and Don, talking. We're bringing you into the room here. So this is just, just people talking here. And it's great to have Ross and Don's expertise as well. So we want to get any last questions you have. We're going to stay live until noon Eastern time. So 15 minutes left of the live stream. If you have any last questions related to this recruiting class or related to UNC football, maybe we can get to some of those last questions. Maybe, Don, if you want to kind of, for maybe anyone who joined recently, can you zoom out and tell us kind of what does this recruiting class mean to the UNC football program? Is this the type of class that can push them over and help them to a coastal title? What do you think, kind of, if you had to really zoom out and take that 10,000-foot view?
I hate kind of going that far with any of this stuff because if you actually go back and look at some of these prior classes and you look at the hit rate and what guys end up being, I mean, yes, I'm not saying stars don't matter. They certainly do, especially if you look at it from a statistics standpoint, but it's not like 100%, so, but it does, what this does do is give UNC 2 potentially big-time impact players on both sides of the line. And Zach Rice and Travis Shaw, that's huge. Also potentially gives them the answer at outside receiver as a deep threat with Andre Green. And then also, if these guys live up to their ranking, the running back room will be set for the next couple of years because they are both, I'm talking about Amarian Hampton and George Pettaway, super talented kids, but they're different. So you can use them in a lot of different ways. So you have that. And then, I think, and I've mentioned this a bunch of times, that there are a lot of underrated guys who have the potential to surpass their ranking. They definitely have the tools to do that. Bryson Jennings, I've mentioned. Marcus Allen, who is a 4-star, but talented guy. There's Dion right now.
Barstool hat on.
Yeah. And isn't he like a partial owner or something?
Oh, time to make history. Travis Shaw. We're watching CBS HQ.
Travis Hunter.
What did I say?
Don't want to scare. You said Travis Shaw. You don't want to scare anybody.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, we're watching CBS HQ.
That's wild, man. I mean, you knew that, not to interrupt you, but you knew that Deion Sanders was going to shake things up.
Yeah.
At Jackson State, and here we go. Sorry, go ahead, Don.
Yeah. So I mean, I think really top to bottom is a really good class. It's what you really want. You want to get the top ranked guys, and you got to understand the fact that you are never going to. Even Alabama does not sign a class of 25 guys, all blue chips or all 5-stars. So what you want is a good balance of the blue chip guys and also the 3-star guys that have a good amount of potential to beat out their rankings.
Someone asked about the health benefits of grapes on my Twitter. All right. A lot of good stuff. Anything else you want us to talk about? God, it's cool to see Grimsley up on there. It's my high school.
Oh, boy.
There's also been a couple questions, John or Don, just in terms of, were there any surprises today, anything that was unexpected, or so far has this mostly gone how UNC has expected today to go?
As far as we know, it's gone as expected. I mean, we don't know, and this probably could be part of why they're releasing them so slowly, like they are, is that, because typically we get all the letters of intent in, and they didn't do this last year, but prior years, and they just release them as they get them. And then, so then there was always that 1 or 2 stragglers that you're kind of like, oh my God, is he going to sign? We don't know if that's the case here because they haven't released all of them yet. So far, so good, but could one of these guys not have their letters of intent in? That's possible, but I don't know who's not there because John took the thing down.
I'll bring it back up.
But I can tell you once I can see it.
Yeah, that's crazy. I'm gonna throw that on our.
Okay. I have no worry about Bo Atkinson. I don't worry about any of these guys.
Yeah.
I talked to George the other day. Zach's mom just texted me.
What'd you say?
She was getting me his stats.
Pancakes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's really, I don't have any concern with any of these guys signing. Andre Green's dad texted me yesterday. Travion Green just officially visited over the weekend. Deuce has been tweeting. Tana Holloway's been quiet, but that's how he always is. So, yeah, I mean, there's really no concern here.
Yeah. Wild. It's just Travis Hunter stuff.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
That's the most unexpected thing. And to wait until signing day to do it. God, Florida State,
they gotta be so mad.
Well,
if you're a Florida State fan,
at some point, like I kind of feel sorry for them, because I mean it's just like the last few years, it just hasn't been working, and everything that could go wrong goes wrong. But
yeah, there's our boy Steve Wilfong. Guys, this is a great day after we log off here on YouTube, Inside Carolina YouTube. Go check out 24/7 Sports. Sign day show on CBS HQ. I think they're doing I'm not sure, maybe 6 or 7 hours, breaking down kind of national stuff. We have our buddy Steve Wilfong, a multiple-time guest on. We got to have him back on.
Yeah, we had him last year. But
we had him every year ahead of the National Signing Day. Maybe we'll get him on once his work slows down. But check out 24/7 Sports, CBS HQ, early. They call it early National Signing Day. It's a good show. A lot of good insight from the national perspective. John, question?
Do we want to get into? Do you have a question, or do you want to get into the? There's been some rumors about doing away with the early signing period, or maybe altering it somehow. Either
Yeah, we'll talk about that. Let me say one thing.
Sure.
I know we talked about interceptions earlier. I brought it up. It's been 15 minutes we talked about it, but we talked about Tony Grimes' interceptions. Here's the interceptions breakdown from the season. Cam Kelly had 4. Cedric Gray had 2. Jacorius Conley had 2. Jeremiah Gimmel 1. Kyler McMichael 1. Power Eccles 1. So Cam Kelly was a ball hawk.
I think it was John that mentioned just the luck involved. And if you read,
that was me.
oh, was it you?
Yeah, thanks.
So like, if you read any of the like advanced metrics guys, like Bill Connolly or whatever, they really actually preach that how luck plays a huge into actual interceptions.
Yeah, but sometimes just be in the right place, right time, and if it happens
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot, like the Honey Badger is always around the ball. It seems
Yeah,
like.
and there's always
that Dallas cornerback.
there's always
Tayon
exceptions,
Diggs.
but I mean, if you were going to rank them by interception, would you say that Cam Kelly is UNC's best DB?
No, yeah, I agree. It is a lot of luck, but sometimes fortune favors the bold,
That's right.
and you make your own luck. So there is some
right.
insight.
What is it? Where preparation and opportunity,
Yeah.
whatever, something like that. Anyway.
Okay.
All right,
Back
so-
to your
Yeah.
conversation.
So.
Okay, we got 7 minutes left, guys.
All right. So let me just throw out just a couple of scenarios that I've heard. Is that one, just doing away with it completely, going back to the way it used to be with February. The other option is to move it from December to January, which doesn't, I don't think, make a whole lot of sense because then you had the sign day in February. But I guess you can get rid of that.
The holidays for coaches and stuff.
Well, I think the thinking is that it gives coaches time to recruit.
Yeah.
The other thing I've heard is keeping the late signing period in February and then moving up the signing period in August and crossing their fingers, hoping that coaches don't force that's the problem. The coaches are forcing these kids to sign December, basically saying that if you don't sign December, maybe not so many words, if you don't sign December, then your scholarship might not be there. We're going to have to go in a different direction.
Okay.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, one thing I don't like about the way it is right now is when there's a coaching change, it really speeds up. You have to like make maybe a rash hire because you only have like a week before because you want to get them in as quick as possible. Right now, Tony Elliott's on TV. Tony Elliott, Brent Pry, Mario Cristobal. I mean, the coach at Duke. I mean, he's been in Durham for 2 days, and he has to put together a class.
Yeah.
in 2-3 days. It's not fair. It's part of the game. It changes the way the coaching carousel goes, the way you make hires, the decision on firing. It changes everything because within 2-3 days, you have to, with 2-3 weeks, you have to hire a coach, make a decision, and then they have to put together a class or try to put together a class. So, yeah, January, I don't know what was wrong about February.
Well, I think
it also separates it from...
So Mac Brown has mentioned this a bunch of times because he was part of the committee that voted on it. And the thinking was there are certain guys, like take Tayon Holloway, for example. He committed a year ago. He hasn't visited anywhere else. He's been done. Mm-hmm. So have him sign early. And then if a guy needs it, let them wait until February.
So what about like an August signing day?
I mean,
I think they still want to look at.
I think you're going to get. I think the earlier you put it, you're going to get a situation with kids trying to back out.
Yeah, and you won't see their senior tape.
Yes.
I think senior tape's important too. December's a little early, I think, because it conflicts with just like the bowl schedule. February, there's no college football.
Yeah.
So move it to February, back to February.
Well, and the whole thing is, and we talked about this earlier, is it really, when you get down to it, doesn't matter because these guys can transfer out anyway, without any sort of penalty.
Yeah.
Got 4 minutes.
It's an interesting conversation. Do we think we're going to cut off hard at 12? Okay, John? Do we think
Ross wants to leave.
No, I got to get back to do the press conference. I can't be sitting around here. We've talked about everything to talk about.
You could watch a press conference here.
I have to work. It's a mute point.
This is a work area.
It's a mute point. Do we think UNC gets another national letter of intent in before the 12 o'clock cutoff?
No, I bet they do it right at 12.
Yeah.
So if they do it at 12, do we talk about it? What do we do?
If it's at 12 o'clock, we're cutting the stream.
Ross is so like hard on some of these things. Yeah. Do we have any questions? What's for lunch today, guys? I think I'm gonna have a salad. Ross is busy.
2,500 people are watching Knowles 247 stream on YouTube because they're streaming the Travis Hunter stuff.
So they definitely more people are definitely watching it then. We got 406.
No, we're good.
We're good.
All right, any final questions? Travis Hunter's kind of changed the game here.
I got one.
All right.
I would like, out of both of you, a prediction for UNC's bowl game coming up. Obviously, there's some news about South Carolina's quarterback going into the transfer portal. They got Spencer Rattler, so I don't know who's going to be playing.
Already in her?
I'm not 100% sure, but I saw something about that. So
I don't think it's a starter.
Oh,
I
okay.
could be wrong. Because
But-
happened today.
yeah, with that caveat, who do you think is going to win UNC's bowl game and why?
Because of Sam Howell. Sam Howell didn't play in this game to lose it. In South Carolina, they had some unexpected wins during the season, but I think they're not on UNC's level, and I think Sam Howell's going to put them away.
I think Sam Howell's going to go off, have a huge game.
I agree.
Everyone's going to show up for him. Everyone's going to get him to win.
Yeah.
And you'll see some momentum from British Brooks off the state game.
Yeah.
And, I think it's going to be a big game for Sam Howell. I don't think they're going to run him as much. There might not be as many designed runs to protect him.
I think he's going to run. Because I think I guess you got to worry about the draft, but I think for Sam, that's not going to be his mentality. I think his mentality is going to be, I don't have any more UNC games left. I don't have to worry about next week. I'm just going to run. I'm not going to slide. And, I'm going to score like 7 rushing touchdowns.
I don't think there's going to be as many designed runs for him just to protect him. But, yeah, he'll end up running because he can get chased and pressured by South Carolina's defense. But should be a fun game. I mean, hopefully be a lot of UNC fans there, pretty close. We'll be doing the Inside Carolina post-game live show after that game, live from Chapel Hill, with me, John Bauman, and Sean Jerome. Similar setup to this with the same equipment. But that's it. All right. I think that's it. Any last comments?
It's not 12 yet.
Any last comments? Don doesn't want to leave because this is the most friends he's had.
I know. These are my best friends right here. My best friends. I don't want them to leave.
4 hours and 39 minutes.
That's a lot. More than we expected to do. Guys, thanks so much for watching. For those who watched the whole time, I appreciate it. Those who comment, those who watched just a minute or two, we appreciate it. Great interaction, a lot of good football talk. I think hopefully y'all learned something, learned a lot, and we got a lot of the information to you about this class. Sorry we couldn't talk about every player, but all good things must come to an end. All good streams must come to an end.
Blame UNC.
Yep. So that's it. Pay attention to Inside Carolina for the breakdown. We'll have information reporting on the press conference. There's a lot of good stuff up there from Don already. Don will have his column up later. We have all the
tons of content. Tons of content.
Expert analysis is up. All right, John, that's it. Cut it off.